I'm watching my internet die. We're gonna go through this rough patch, and then it's gonna get better. I've lowered my bandwidth. Like, I don't know what the fuck to do here. It's just like, it's so fucking annoying. That's 2 in a row. That's 2 dead streams in a row. Stream died and then restarted again. What the fuck? I mean, I'm back, but like, am I back? I don't even know if I'm back. This has been the roughest day so far with the internet. It's been the roughest day today. I don't know why it's so bad. I don't know. It's like, I feel like it's like it's extra bad today. Wow. I don't even know. Dude, I have no idea. Can you guys see me? Am I here? Can you see the stream? I have no fucking clue. This is crazy. I think you can see me, but I have no fucking clue if you can or not. Dude, I'm trying my very best right now. I'm trying my very fucking best. I have everything locked and loaded every day, and there, like, on the bandwidth side, the stream seems fine. Like, the stream seems fine on my end, but like the frames are dropping like crazy. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It should be fine now. I think it is. Oh my god, we need to speak to a manager. Yeah, the thing is, like, run a trace route maybe, and then report your issues to the local ISP somehow. My local ISP? You mean like like fucking Hrvatska, A1 Hrvatska. Like that's who I'm gonna run. I'm gonna dial up A1 Hrvatska's like fucking phone number and speak to the manager there and be like, hey guys, can you please like not fucking rate limit my asshole? Like, what are we doing here? Bro, I'm in Croatia. Like, I have no control over this, okay? And it was, the worst part about it is that it was fine at the fucking other rinky dink hotel. And no, I can't change the stream resolution to 480p. My tabs are not loading in the background. That's not the issue. That's download anyway. It's not upload. Like, that's an upload issue. This is an upload issue. Streaming is an upload related. Tech support is going to make me go crazy right now. Anyway, listen. Listen. Damn, y'all are fast as fuck with these memes. Stop plugging your own fucking video about Keir Starmer. Are you kidding me? Time and place, please. Okay, listen. I haven't even blasted off yet. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it one big push here, okay? I'm gonna fucking try and blast off. Personal news wise, there's not really much going on. I'm just, you know, I have a great time in general when I'm not streaming. And if the stream also worked perfectly, then I would have a great time streaming as well. But having said that, okay, many of you need to refresh so you can make sure that you're not delayed. Anyway, there is no wireless hotspot. Okay, there's just nothing going on. There's literally not anything that I can do here. Okay, this is it. I'm having a good fucking time, but I hate vacationing, and this is part of the reason. It's just like, it's just so much grief, okay? Anyway, I'm gonna blast off now, okay? Okay, on the 4th of July. Trying to stream from the worst Croatian Wi-Fi known to man on the 4th of July. Election watch. BBN Brandon talk. After new hostage deal. We will also cover stuff today. Get in now. Ask Elon to send you data. There's just no, guys, at the end of the day, there is no way to get reliable internet. I spent a good amount of time ahead of time, like covering my bases. Okay, there's not really anything I can do in this situation. Like, I'm a professional streamer. I'm trying my very best here, but unfortunately, there's not much you can do. There's not much I can do. Okay, we'll talk about the Cenat stuff too. Here we go. It's hotel Wi-Fi is obviously notoriously unreliable. It's already Wi-Fi, and there's no way to connect Ethernet. There's no way to connect with the Ethernet cable. So that's already an issue. Like, I bring my Ethernet cable with me everywhere I go, right? No intro song, quick blast off. Unca's tired. No, man. I did all of that. It's just that my stream fucking effed 3 times. My stream completely shut off. I did the intro song. I did the fucking loading. I did all of that. I gave you my personal news. I gave you all of that shit. It's just that, like, my goddamn Wi-Fi is so ass here. My goddamn internet is so ass in this fucking hotel. And it's wonky as shit because, like, on the broadband side, I'm constantly testing it. I'm constantly checking my upload speeds, right? And I'm dropping frames like crazy up in here. Okay. But the problem is, oh, this is so boring. Tech issues are so fucking boring. This is not good content. I'm not going to talk about this. Here, just blasting off. I know what I'm doing. There's not really anything else I can do here. Like, literally, there's not anything else I can do. I have exhausted all options, okay? What the fuck is Mark Zuckerberg doing? Jesus Christ. Oof. Anyway, fingers crossed. We hope that it won't happen again. Shit won't break again, but who knows? What is this? The grind doesn't stop for LeBron, LeGoat. POV, you're in Le Missionary taking Le Strokes. The This is why he's my GOAT, dude. Bro's so fucking cringe. You're cringe, dude. He's working hard. What are you doing? You're jerking hard. He's working hard. Okay? Harder than ever. He's about to be 40. 21 years in the goddamn league, dude. 21 fucking years in the goddamn league. 21 years of pure domination. Okay? Think about that. Who else has had a reign like him? 21 years at the motherfucking top, dude. There are people in this chat that were born when LeBron entered the NBA. And for their entire lives, they have seen this man absolutely tear apart the league. Non-fucking stop. Okay? 21 years, just think about that. That's a whole lifespan, dude. His son, he gave birth to a whole ass child who is now, you know, going to be on the same team as him. So yeah, you take those missionary shots and you fucking say, thank you, sir. Thank you for the greatness. Yeah. You say, thank you, sir. I am now le pregnant. Le empreg. Okay. Yeah. He literally physically manifested a fucking teammate, dude. He made a teammate from scratch, brother. There is no comparison. Who's out here doing it? Who do you know that has made a whole ass teammate? Stop saying Nepo baby, okay? Whatever. Who cares? It's still a fun fucking story. It's a cool story. Have you seen the NBA? I saw a TikTok the other day talking about how, like, there are no more players that are directly from the hood. Like, no more rags the riches stories, because, like, the NBA is now the Nepotism Basketball Association. And it's true. So many players that are dominant now directly come from former players who are, like, at worst upper middle class. Okay? And it makes sense. Like they're getting the best training, they're getting the best fucking food, they're getting the best athletics, like athletics training. Great genes overall too, but it's like this dude was saying like Anthony Edwards is like one of the only actual like dudes from the hood that's like a superstar NBA talent. Talking about eating hot Cheetos before playing basketball, like before games and shit. And I mean, I do feel like a lot of the league and the talent. I mean, obviously it's not the case. Like it's not every single fucking top talent. Every single top talent, but like a lot of the talent for sure is coming from like way more comfortable backgrounds. It's kind of interesting to think about. For America, yeah, but there's a lot of international talent these days. True. Unrelated, but do you take your Apple Watch to swim with you? Yes. I do. And then it does this like funny little thing where the iPhone, the Apple Watch like farts when you take it out of like water mode. It goes and it just like spits out all the water inside of it from this little hole here on the side. It's very cool and very cute. It flushes all the water out of its system. How's your vacation in Croatia so far? So far, so good, baby. Wish I wasn't experiencing like severe internet problems when I go live at night, but beyond that, it's like, you know, pretty solid, pretty good. I've been playing a shit ton of Elden Ring. Dude, I destroyed Margit, and then I got to what's his name? The Grafted Godric. Is it Godric? And I am clapping. I'm doing a no summon run. I'm going to be doing like all of the like I'm playing the base game right now. And I'm doing a no summon run. And honestly, it's been so good. It just like reminded me. It reminded me why Elden Ring is the best game of all time. Honestly. It's just the best game of all time. Chicken update, no. I had steak and eggs again today, though. That shit was bomb. I also had a protein shake. They have an incredible protein shake out here in Croatia. Okay, if you ever find yourself in Croatia and you're looking for protein, if you're looking for prot, okay, let me tell you, this shit was dank. I don't even know what it's called. You can't really tell here, but I'm sure like some of the Croatian chatters can tell us what this is. 50 grams of protein, 300 calories in one bottle, and it's actually really good. Zbregov. It is so fucking good. It's a little bit on the higher end calorie wise, but also it's 50 grams of protein. That's crazy. Like dude, that shit is like when you have that, I mean, I feel like if I had that all day, like if I just casually was drinking that as a protein shake, I'd be just yacked out of my mind. Yeah, I like the pistachio one. Yeah, someone told me there's a pistachio one, which is pretty crazy. Is it vegan? It's whey protein, so of course it's not vegan. But yeah, it's really, really good. For all my Croats out there looking for prot, this is phenomenal. It's lactose free. They can do pea protein. No, they can't. It's 50 fucking grams of protein. Pea protein sucks. I just told you it tastes good. Vegans, listen, if the substitute for whey pea protein was actually tasty, I wouldn't have an issue drinking that. Okay, I don't give a fuck. As long as the macros are there and as long as it tastes fine, I'm perfectly happy with drinking like a substitute. Except pea protein is so fucking nasty, dude. I don't know if the technology has improved in the last couple of years, but last time I had it, that shit was so ass. And soy protein, unfortunately, doesn't have the same macros as whey. It's so nasty. Pea protein tastes disgusting. So considering I have no issues with consuming animal products, there's 0% chance that I would 0% chance that I would actually fucking turn around and substitute it. Just eat powdered cookies like the rest of us? Yeah, no, I will not eat the bug. Why are you in Croatia? I'm fucking your Croatian mom. I took your mom on a holiday. That's right. That's why she's not around right now. She's not picking up your phone calls. Because I'm having sex with her. That's nice. Yeah, you're welcome. Anyway, where was I? All right, we did it. That's the blast off. Is that glass bottle Coke Zero? Yes. How many times you poop in Croatia? Every day. Anyway, what was I saying? All right, so let's get started. There's a lot to talk about today. You see Ozempic is causing blindness? Wait, really? What the fuck? It's 4th of July today. Here's Mark Zuckerberg doing epic bacon style shit. This is like so barstool coded. I don't know how to explain it. Like a lot of people are gonna look at this and go like, oh man, he has swag. For me, I feel like this is the lamest fucking thing you can do. I don't know why. Like I am not opposed to just like overt displays of patriotism on 4th of July and all good fun. I, started off with red, white, and blue earlier in the morning when I first started the broadcast. But like, this is so specifically tailored towards a epic bacon chive ass audience. Like this is the personification of like that image of like Abraham Lincoln with an AR-15 riding a dinosaur or like riding a muscle car. Like this literally is just like for that audience. If you have one of those like AR-15, Abraham Lincoln, Ronald Reagan on a muscle car ass fucking posters, you look at this shit and you go, hell yeah. Wolf of Wall Street is your favorite movie. Okay. You love the Hawk Tuah meme. You are all about the Hawk Tuah meme. You've probably cranked out to the Hawk Tuah girl, and you listen to clips from the Barstool podcast of the Hawk Tuah girl. You might even buy the merchandise. Okay. You're going to be running that fucking joke into the goddamn ground. And this appeals to you. Okay. This right here is straight up content specifically designed to trigger something in your lizard brain. Okay. Like, oh my God, here's a nerdy ass billionaire who owns fucking Facebook. And the juxtaposition of that nerdy ass billionaire doing something crazy like fucking whatever this is, I guess it's like wakeboarding. I can't tell. He's not like connected to anything, so I guess he just like dropped it. Like he dropped the fucking, handle. Wearing a beer, having a beer, waving the American flag. Like this is hairline looking founding father like. That part I don't think was deliberate, but it does kind of fit the mold a little bit. Like my man straight up looking like a goddamn founding father. Okay. Yeah. You're just jealous. Electric surfboard. Is that what that is? Jealousy doesn't suit you, love? No, man. Like, dude, you know what I think is like real America? That fucking fat guitarist who like literally shreds with the beer. Like he'll just chug a beer, crack it open with his fucking tooth, slam it, and then just start fucking doing a solo and shredding on the guitar with his goddamn fucking beer bottle. Like that, in my opinion, is America. Okay, that is like, fuck yeah, that shit's real. It's not like a poser ass dude. Like, I'm sorry, you can't go to the fucking Davos summit and like talk to the rest of the goddamn lizards on a annual basis and then turn around and be like, all over America, hell yeah, brother. Like, no, dude, no. This is for the Bill Ackman enjoyers, okay? The motherfuckers who are like, yeah, I hate Mark Zuckerberg because he's gay and not based and red-pilled like my King Peter Thiel, but this is pretty cool. Like, it's for the deep blue state Republicans out there, you know, the most annoying, worst, red-pilled fucking, it's just lame as hell. Anyway. From the official Washington State account.
You asked for.
Okay, that's fire. Okay, I love that. That's actually dope. It's perma summer, but no construction. Or I guess they do have construction. It just sucks. There's still potholes. I don't know how. Yeah. The Economist is absolutely comstering our boy. No way to run a country. Can't wait for how like ableist this is. Like people are going to say this is ableist. You know, maybe they might even drop in an FDR reference there and be like, FDR was in a wheelchair. It's like, yeah, bitch. FDR's brain was working though. That's the difference. I'm not gonna lie. We were talking about LA road construction. I'm almost certain. This is a conspiracy, okay? But I do fucking feel like when they freshly pave a road, I feel like they leave that asphalt bumpy. Like I don't know if it's like I don't know if they're getting paid by like Jiffy Lube and the auto mechanic lobby or something. But it does feel like LA, you'll have like a freshly paved road and that shit still has potholes. I'm like, how is that possible? Did you leave that in? You just did that, bro. You just fixed that. What the fuck is going on? It makes no goddamn sense. I do feel like, I feel like there's some Jiffy Lube motherfuckers out there who's like, you know, giving Gavin Newsom some money. Someone needs to look into this. We need an investigative reporter to come out with the true banger investigative reporting. Just absolutely. Not like Biden is going to drop out and he has dementia. Like everybody knows that. No shit. I want to know what the fuck's going on with the LA roads, okay? California infrastructure is so ass. It's so bad. It must be on purpose. I'm serious. I feel like I'm not even joking. You get on that fucking freshly paved asphalt and them shit still has holes in it. I'm like, how is this possible? Like, how did this happen? You fucked up the traffic on this intersection for like 8 weeks. And then finally, I'm supposed to be driving on fucking new roads and this shit still sucks. Anyway. Have you ever heard the mattress store money laundering conspiracy? Yes, I have. Anyway, let's get to it. Let's get to the real news, okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That is the real piece of news, all right? It seems like the bandwidth is fine now. So, you know, I don't want to disrupt the bandwidth gods here. We're going to get to it. Okay. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, obviously. You know. Okay. I watched them pave Overland a week later and chop a huge rectangular hole in that they did a shittiest patch on. Well, can you call Will and do an America Me Up today? No, I can't call Will and do that. He's with his fucking family, dude. Like, this is a crazy request. Thank you for being a supporter of the Fear M podcast, but like, he's on a break, man. Like, I am your fucking news monkey, okay? Not Will. You can't treat him in the same with the same degree of entitlement. You can't just be like, hey, Will, chop chop, get to it. Anyway, listen. Let's get started. Biden met with Democratic governors and vowed to stay in the race after the shaky ass debate. Let me tell you, you want to know why things are bad? You want to know how bad things are, rather? You want to know how bad things are? The New York Times, Michael Barbaro was like, we normally don't do a 4th of July episode, but the debate was so bad we had to, especially because the polls, the subsequent polls that came after the debate are so unimaginably bad that we had to do a 4th of July episode. That's how bad the situation is on the branding camp. That they got Michael Barbaro's ass to fucking work on 4th of July. Okay? Or the 3rd of July, rather, I guess. Joe's so bad he got these motherfuckers shit talking on their day off. Exactly. Myself included. Joe's so bad, I'm out here fucking... I'm out here suffering through Croatian internet. The absolute most dog shit fucking internet. All right. And I'm doing the damn thing because, you know, you got to do it. You were going to do it regardless? No, dude, I wasn't. Okay, you got me. I definitely was going to keep doing it regardless. Like, what are you, crazy? Who am I lying to here? Of course I was going to fucking cover it. Of course. Bro, the play, dude, I don't know what's happening in Croatia, but like, at least in Dubrovnik, which is like a fucking city, right? But there's literally only 4 fucking options available on their like local delivery application. And the options are called like yummy, fast food yummy, which is spelled with a YUMMMI. I see this and I'm like, gotta try that. Gotta see what that's about. Chicken yummy. Meat of chicken drumstick, stuffed with cheese and bacon, topped with cream, baker's potatoes, flat bread. Palachi fillet, meat of chicken breast, French fries, bun. The image is not an accurate representation. Oh my God, bro. They got burritos up in here. Oh, dude. Do I want to taste the rainbow, dude? Do I want to know what a Croatian burrito looks like? No, that'll kill me. If I got a fucking Dubrovnik burrito, listen, I've told you this already. Bro, they think like when you look up like the demographics in this country, their minorities are Serbs, okay? Like Serbs are considered the minority here. That's all you need to know about how like little melanin exists in this fucking nation. They ain't got no Indians, no Pakistanis, no Chinese, no Korean, no Vietnamese, no Japanese, no Mexicans, no Latin Americans whatsoever, okay? Ain't nobody's coming out here. So the food reflects that reality a little bit. You have to try the burrito dog for chat. Nah, I like myself too much. I can't be doing shit like that. I'm sorry. Like, I feel like it'll destroy my life. It'll destroy my fucking soul. They got like burgers, which, you know, I'm staying the fuck away from. I think I'm basically going to get the same shit I got yesterday, which was fine, you know? Ay, ay, ay. Order some Rakja to celebrate the fourth brother. Is Croatia the Florida? An anonymous user has gifted 20 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you, anonymous user. Why is he in Croatia chat? Bro, how are people still asking this question? It's crazy. I'm here for family vacation. Okay. I love my family and I'm here for vacation with them. They really wanted to go do something. And, you know, I'm a very fortunate person. So I have the opportunity to be able to do such a thing and still be able to like kind of do my job, although shittily, even though I'm trying to do it well. What is this? 1 year ago from today?
Oh, you gotta learn how to stream, Alex. You gotta say this thing quietly.
Oh, fuck, my internet. Oh, my God. My internet is so bad. Oh, God, it's gone again. It's fucking gone again. Hold the fucking line, bro. Hold the line. It's going to come back. It's back already. It's fine. This was a year ago today.
Oh, you gotta learn how to stream, Alex. You gotta say this thing quietly.
Wait, are we not gonna get a brotherhood cheers? Like,
Yeah.
Michael!
I already started drinking.
Come get a brotherhood
I think this
cheers.
is the warm-up beer. Then we need some game beers.
Oh, yeah.
Then we need some shotgun beers.
Kona brew, Brian.
Oh, hey.
Bro, my internet is so ass, dude. My internet is so fucking ass. It can't even load up this goddamn... Brother, it can't even load up this goddamn Twitch clip, dude. What the fuck are we doing here? What the absolute fuck is going on right now? So svelte since then? Yeah, dude, I've lost a shit ton of weight since then. It's pretty crazy. Was Will upset when he finally realized Homelander is the bad guy? If you think Will didn't know Homelander is the bad guy, I don't know what to tell you. Will loves villains. Have you never... Do you not know anything about Will? He fucking loves villains, dude. Are you kidding me?
Shotgun, yeah. Is that where you put a hole in the bottom?
That's a shoey, and I'm not.
Shoeys.
Okay, we'll do a shotgun and a shoey.
Shoeys out of my shoes.
As a measure.
No. This is a cultural exchange, but we're not using your fucking shoes,
Someone
bro.
use my
I've seen
shoes.
your feet.
I'm not giving a shoe.
If you want, you can use
Yeah,
my
you got
garage boots.
You got the nicest shoes. That's what the shoes I have here are, garage boots.
No, mine are ugly.
Ollie, are you doing a shoe?
His garage boots are the worst.
Shoey?
Yeah.
There's no longer good shoes. Parts missing.
Huh?
All right,
Drink a beer.
this is
I'm
the
down.
cultural exchange. Boys, so the United States of America, greatest country on earth.
America.
Long may she reign.
That's crazy how shitty this is. But yeah, no, we did that. And I sent the Aussies to a 4th of July party actually. So they're doing a 4th of July. They're doing a 4th of July party. The fuck? Today. I'm just not with them because I'm out here. What the fuck is a kilometer? What the fuck? My internet's so bad I can't even order fucking food off my goddamn phone, bro. I'm gonna... Kaya ate at least 2 frogs at this waterfall. Bro, they're taking her out in nature, which is pretty crazy. Like, this is shit that she don't do normally, okay? She looks so cool. God, I miss her so much. She saw nature for the first time. She's a nature girly. I take her to the park all the time. When do you get back? Saturday. Did this fucking application go through? This order go through or what? Did it not go through? Unlimited free deliveries? No, man. Oh, no, it didn't go through. Whatever, GG's. She's turning into a real bear. You can practice your vibing abilities with her. Yeah, I know. There was a bear seen at Eaton Canyon yesterday. Yeah, this is her. This is the bear. I'm not kidding when I say like someone might have mistook her for a bear. Someone might have looked at this dog from afar and been like, oh shit, there's a literal fucking bear at this canyon. Are you breaking out? No, dude. Oh my God. You guys are such... Some of you motherfuckers are parasocial as hell, and some of you are actual losers who think like this is a really good opportunity to make streamer insecure as though he cares about this shit. I'm 33 years old, brother. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, sometimes, you know, I get a fucking zit every now and then, but this is not even a fucking zit. This is literally me picking it. Like, I picked my fucking skin, and then I scabbed it like an asshole. What do you say about the Turkish people are afraid of dog allegations? They are. This is true. It's not even a fucking allegation. It's like 100% correct. It's 100% correct. Turkish people are very afraid of dogs. Not me, obviously, as you know. Remember when you were worried she wouldn't get that big? Yeah. I was wrong. Anyway. What the fuck were we talking about? We were talking about Joe Brandon. How did I get here? How did I talk about this? Okay.
President Biden is still trying to ease the concerns of fellow Democrats who have doubts about his reelection campaign. He told more than 20 Democratic governors last night that he will stay in the race. Scott McFarland has more on the president's response. Scott, good morning.
Omar, good morning to you. The president will try to contain the fallout from last week's debate tomorrow with a rally in Madison, Wisconsin, and then with a network TV interview. Meanwhile, a growing number of Democrats in Congress are urging him to do more events and try to inject some new energy into the campaign.
President Biden begins the holiday weekend fighting to keep the support of his own party after a Wednesday night meeting with nearly 24 Democratic governors.
The conversation was honest and open.
Designed to shore up support. Only a few spoke to reporters after, including some of the president's top surrogates.
President Joe Biden is in it to win it. And all of us said we pledged our support to him.
I mean, Kathy Hochul's the absolute worst. So, like, it makes sense for her to be one of the top dogs defending the top dog.
The president's grip on some members of his party is slipping. A second U.S. House Democrat, Arizona progressive Raul Grijalva, urged the president to withdraw Wednesday, saying what he needs to do is shoulder the responsibility for keeping that seat. And part of that responsibility is to get out of the race.
The ship has sailed.
And a key Democratic donor, Whitney Tilson of New York City, says he and a growing number of major donors want the president to leave the race.
Virtually everybody is now in agreement that our only hope of defeating Donald Trump and avoiding a 4-year national nightmare is for Joe Biden to do the right thing, step aside, and let us find somebody who gives us a better chance of not just beating Trump, but thrashing him.
But the president met with campaign staff Wednesday, vowing he's in the race to the end. And in a radio interview, he acknowledged the debate failure.
I had a bad night. And the fact of the matter is that, I screwed up. I made a mistake.
As the First Lady told an audience in Michigan, the president would persevere.
Joe is the Democratic nominee, and he is going to beat Donald Trump, just like...
I love democracy, dude. Which is very different than a monarchy, okay? Where you at least get to feel like you had a say in who becomes the next God King, okay? And then 9 unelected people also get to, literally tell you that, like, no, the God King has, like, God King-like powers and is basically not beholden to the rule of law. They did that shit. Like, that happened not that long ago, okay? That happened this week. And then when you're like, hey, I kind of want someone else, 75% says, hey, the guy... he might be a little too old. The king is naked. The emperor has no clothes. And everyone's like, nah, shut the fuck up. He has clothes, actually. Nah. You don't understand. He has clothes, bro. Chill. He has clothes. Shut the fuck up. Stop saying he doesn't have no clothes.
He did in 2020.
Meanwhile, more donors are bailing. The New York Times reports Netflix co-founder Reed Hastings has become one of the most prolific Democratic donors to say President Biden should step aside from the race in order to beat Donald Trump. Nancy?
Scott, thank you.
You gave me so much.
Okay, this video is fire. Yo, my king is looking kind of skinny. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not the only one who's losing a bunch of weight lately, okay? I mean, he might be an Ozempic girly. All right, because we know his ass is not working out. We know his ass is not dialing back on the food. So I suspect there's a little bit of medication involved in this, okay? Yeah, but go V Daddy up in here. Look at this, bro. Look, you've seen this man's side profile. He's sitting down right now. It's pretty wild. His side profile looks genuinely different. Sitting down. Like 4 years ago, his shit would be exploding.
How did I do with the debate the other night?
Oh, amazing.
He kicked that old broken down pile of crap.
Yeah.
It's a bad guy. He just quit, He's quitting the race. Is that right?
He said the broken down old pile of crap.
Right. Yep, I got him out of the race. And that means we have Kamala. I think she's going to be better. She's so bad. She's so pathetic. It's so amazing. It's just so fucking bad. So I just can't imagine. But can you?
Ooh, he's being bad. He said fucking.
Imagine that guy dealing with Putin and the president of China, who's a fierce person. He's a fierce man, a very tough guy. And they see him. They can't. But they just announced he's probably quitting.
I made him quit.
Joining me now is Democratic strategist Julie.
Wait, what the fuck happened? Did I lose the...
President Biden is...
Oh, I lost the clip, the playlist. Anyway, polls are coming in. It's Polomania. It's Election Mania. It's Election Watch. It's happening. We're doing it. We're doing the damn thing. We're fucking back, baby. Before you know it, you're going to start seeing Steve Kornacki. And... you're just going to start seeing a lot more familiar faces. Dave Wasserman, Nate Cohn of the New York Times, Steve Kornacki with the khakis, okay? Before you know, Steve King's going to be standing in front of a fucking, or John King is going to be standing in front of a big screen television pointing at things, okay? He's going to be pointing at things with his hands. He's going to be manipulating the TV, telling you about like how this is actually a massive iPad. You're going to hear bad takes from Nathaniel Silver and sometimes good takes, maybe. So that shit's happening right now. My sister supports RFK, please. What do I do? Get a new sister. I don't fucking know. Cool. I guess she likes real Americans that want to save the country from the awfulness of modern medicine. That's right. Edward Snowden is an RFK head. Yeah, dude. Edward Snowden, you know, he's a little bit of a kook, okay? My man's brain is fucking fried out in Russia. None of this would have had to happen if America was chill about whistleblowers and didn't, like, unjustly prosecute them. Edward Snowden could have been a normal guy, but no, he's just been living in Russia for far too fucking long. Costco guys dropped a song. This is the best 4th of July. Oh, my God. Shut the fuck up. I love that. God, this is why I used to dream about times like this, bro. I swear, like I would think about times like this. I'd be like, there's no way the Costco guys would fucking come up with a song on the 4th of July nonetheless. We'll get that in a second. The real first family. Yeah. New CBS News poll shows voters from both parties concerned about Biden's age following the debate. That's right. Oh, man.
New CBS News poll shows voters from both parties are questioning whether President Biden is up to the job for another term. Since last week's debate, nearly 3/4 of voters say the president should not be running for office again. 86% cite his age as the leading reason why. And tonight, a new special edition of America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Wait, that poll is really bad, bro. That's like, oh no, 66% don't like his record as president. 86% say his age is the reason why he shouldn't run for president. 71% say the decisions he might make in office. I suspect that's still a part of him being old and demented. But 66% saying his record as president is actually kind of bad. That's bad for the Democratic Party. Because that's no longer, you're misunderstanding the poll. Why shouldn't Biden be running for president? They're asking voters, why shouldn't Biden be running for president? And 66% said his record as president. I mean, you're saying half of it is Republican and there's a good chunk of independents in there, except you have to understand something. Oh, actually, this is top answers of voters who don't think he should run. These are no voters. I misunderstood it. This isn't all voters. This is just people who don't think he should run. And when they ask those people, like, why don't you think he should run? 86% say his age, 71% say the decisions he might make in office, and 66% say his record as president. Now, that's still bad for the record. It's not as bad as I thought. It's not like all voters. But that's still pretty fucking bad, dude. That's like a lot of independents, dog. Like, you got Republicans, sure, but you also have a shit ton of independents who are looking at his record as president and going, yeah, no, I don't like his record as president, which is not great.
To a new special edition of America Decides on CBS News 24/7 called America Unfiltered. The voices behind the polls looks at some of the big ideas and concerns on the minds of voters. CBS News Executive Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, met with voters and listened to what shapes their views. Here's a preview.
Let's bring in our CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto.
You've seen the CBS News polls that show you what voters think. But behind every number is a person with a story.
That facade of the American dream, it's unraveling.
Do you think democracy is threatened? I think there's a threat. So I hit the road to talk to them some more. Let them tell you in their own voices.
We have to start cutting somewhere. Inflation is rampant. Have you bought food lately?
How their experiences shaped what they think.
I came to this country. We had a.
I love when like a dude who's like a road worker in his like high vis gear is sitting at a fucking bar and he's like, we gotta start cutting spending. Like, I don't know if he just like meant, you know, cut the prices of commodities, or if he's talking about government spending, because it's like, bro, one, very likely that you're getting paid by the government, okay? And two, like, what do you mean cut government spending? Like, what are you saying right now? Do you have any idea what you're saying? You're just repeating shit that you heard from like Fox News, and not even just Fox News, but just like neoliberal economists in general, okay? Did you blast off on Twitter yet, by the way? Yes, I did. And then I fucking effed like 8 times. Thank you for trying to remind me, though. I know you're probably, you're well-intentioned. I did. I'm sorry for popping off. I'm just in a kind of bad mood because I literally, my stream went offline, I think 4 times when I originally started the stream. Anyway, yeah, neoliberal economists like talking about how government spending is bad actually, and we should privatize stuff. That's probably the reason why my neck hurts. It's probably the reason why you know, people repeat this stuff, but ultimately they don't really think about it thoroughly. They don't really understand what that means. They don't really understand the consequences of such things, especially as it pertains to like their own lives, whether they're getting paid directly by the government, indirectly by the government, or what like government spending looks like. Yeah, or maybe he means military. Maybe he's a based anti-imperialist.
We go shop, breakfast shop. It was a lot of work.
Have things gotten more difficult over the last couple of years?
Definitely more difficult.
And why there's more to it than you'd expect.
I would just like, on both sides, for men in general to stop talking about women's issues.
I think we need to find a way to accept the fact that we can be different.
Okay, if I saw that man dribbling, I'll be like, you are not getting an interview, dude. Yo, that shit was ass, dude. I would not be confident about anything that man has to say. I'd be like, bro, that is, look at this man's, dude. Look at this.
I think we need to find a way to accept the fact that we.
That's like, he's all wrist, bro. What are you doing? What the hell is that? What the fuck? We all start somewhere? Bro, he's like 45. What do you mean? He's not a child, dude. What are you talking about?
We can be different, but overall, I think most of these people want to see the country do better. We want to see the country continue to grow.
I thought that motherfucker was a basketball coach, bro. If that dude is coaching your kids, okay, if I had a child and that motherfucker was coaching my kids, I'd be like, we're changing schools. We're changing districts. We're changing countries. I'm going to Serbia, okay? There ain't no fucking way, dude. What is he coaching? Shaming late bloomers, brother. He is so bad.
Anthony Salvanto joins us now. Anthony, good morning. We saw you talking to voters in all different kinds of states. And
I'm bringing a 6-year-old Chinese girl to do the ball handling drills, okay? Like, I'm going straight to Beijing and being like, we need to do a cultural exchange program. Here, you take this bald guy. He's going to be your coach. We need give me 8 Chinese kindergartners. They will teach America how to fucking ball. All right. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, just Google that shit and you'll understand. Okay. They are on crack out there. They got mean ass handles, dude. They're like learning how to do hezzies at like 8.
Kinds of settings. What kind of issues did they say matter most to them right now?
Yeah, this is a story of the pollster goes out and talks to voters where they live, including people who took the polls. So when people ask, well, how can people think that? I thought, let them tell everybody in their voices. And that's what this is all about. And what you find in common that they all have is Americans are willing to entertain a conversation with each other. I won't sugarcoat it. We have differences, we have divisions, but
I'm gonna throw up, bro. This kind of coverage is so whack. Oh my God. Americans are ready to talk to. I almost threw up. Like that was involuntary. That shit came out of me, dude. I heard this rhetoric, and that's what happened. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. I hate this. Bro, unbutton your goddamn suit. You're sitting down, okay? Especially when you're gonna come in with some fucking bipartisan nonsense like, Americans are ready to talk to one another. Oh, thanks, man. What a revelation.
But if you watch this, you'll see that you can at least understand where people are coming from. And I think in the end, that should be a little bit uplifting, especially for Independence Day. So that was a lot of a learning experience for me in many ways.
Uplifting, but also realistic.
Like, what did you learn? That you can talk to a Republican? Like, this is a learning experience? Like, what are we talking about? How is that something you need to learn, man? Bro, you are not in the Hasanabi Discord Splinter server, okay, with a bunch of Discord kittens talking about doing a Maoist revolution and how Hasanabi is not revolutionary enough. You're a whole ass adult at CBS Mornings. Like, you talk to a million Republicans every fucking day. Those guys are sheltered, okay? Those guys, gals, and MBs are sheltered, and they don't talk to. This is like, we're breaking new grounds up in this bitch. Like, I swear to God, this is actually a record, world record on how bad this shit is. Yo, I feel like I show speed in Norway, okay? But instead of getting fucking mobbed by my psychopathic 12-year-old fan base, I'm getting mobbed by the Croatian internet. Dude, oh my God, it's so fucking bad. Big W to Twitch DC screen though. It DC'd again, like full DC'd, no shit. Kaya vids from the boys. Oh my God, they threw my daughter in the water. These fucking assholes. What the hell?
I should just drop her in the water. Yeah. Did Hasan say we could do this?
Okay. Much better. She's like, you want to carry me the rest of the way?
She's too fat. You can't do this. She's too fat. Don't do this to her. Bro, you want to know the craziest thing, by the way? You want to know the craziest thing? It says my upload is 54 megabits per second. Okay, 54. So like something ain't adding up. Okay, the math is not adding up here. Because like, how the fuck am I dropping the stream so hard while on my end it shows 54? I feel like A1 Hrvatska DOO from Zagreb is cooking my ass, dude. It's cooking my ass. Somebody's downloading porn at the hotel. Porn-a-rooney. A little bit of porn. A little bit of porn-a-rooney. Hrvat hackers, dude. You would never take her on hikes. They're being the dads that stepped up. You're wrong. I actually take her out in nature every fucking morning, just not like hikes.
Did Hasan say we could do this?
Okay,
take the
much
dog
better.
training.
She's like, you want to carry me the rest of the way?
Stop trying to load vids.
I see as well. What did people tell you, and how might it impact the direction or who they pull that lever for?
You hear a lot that people don't feel their voices are being heard. So they may have a point of view or a party, but they also have this real suspicion of the political process, that it isn't working for them. Now, one gentleman talks about the elites. I said, well, who are the elites? He says, well, it's people who are arrogant, people who think they know better than we do. So you hear a
Bro, if I'm a journalist in middle America, I'm not asking that question. Okay? I don't want to know the answer to what some roadside construction guy has to say about who are the elites, okay? I feel like the answer I'm going to get from that guy is going to be, you know, perhaps maybe a little bit anti-Semitic. Oh, man.
A lot of that feedback from folks on either side as well, Michelle.
Last week's debate was obviously a watermark in this campaign. And new CBS News polling shows that former President Donald Trump has an edge over President Biden nationally. Tell us more about that fallout from the debate, and will we continue to see that?
So you're going to hear some of that in this documentary. After the documentary, and I taped it, went back and asked these folks about Joe Biden's age, especially for Democrats. And there's two components here. It's not so much that they aren't sure that he can do the job, it's whether he can campaign effectively. And what they're saying is not just that they feel like he might be out of touch, but their concern is they see a threat. They see a threat to democracy. And they wonder if their nominee is up for that fight. And that's what you hear them telling us, and that's what we also see reflected then again in the broader polling, Omar.
Well, and Michelle brought this up. Is this going to keep on going? Is this over for the Biden campaign, this issue, or are we going to see more of it?
Well, we've tracked for a long time these suspicions about whether or not Joe Biden in the polling is saying to have the cognitive and mental health to do the job. There was a decline right after the debate, and then a shift in Donald Trump's direction in the overall horse race. And what I mean by that is the national vote, and then, of course, what matters, the battleground states, the ones that would most decide the election. All of that is not a dramatically large lead for Donald Trump, but it is one, and it has moved in his direction, in part because Democrats say they're less likely to turn out. So you see that lower motivation coming out of all of this, and I think that's going to be the big question going forward.
We're looking forward to it. A lot of those deeper conversations. Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much.
Yeah, deeper conversations. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. This is actually the worst day. This is actually the worst stream I've ever done. Like, I don't know what the fuck to do here. I gotta stop complaining. I gotta stop bitching. But god damn, this shit sucks so much ass. I'm gonna do things that I can't say out loud, okay? Because I will get banned and perhaps even thrown in fucking Croatian prison. I want to do things. I'm getting throttled out the dick hole, dude. Are you streaming to an EU? No, my server is automatic. I'm not streaming to fucking America. I'm streaming from the EU. So I'm streaming to an EU server. I'm not streaming to the LA server. I don't want to hear, oh God, everyone's got so many. Everyone's like, this is my invitation to start giving you advice on how to fucking stream. We're just going to keep going through it, okay? It's going to be impacted a little bit, F's here and there. Yesterday I was too tired. The internet was still bad. Today I'm actually better rested, but the internet is so much worse. But yeah. Did you run the Ethernet cable over the door, under the door? I did it all. I ran the Ethernet cable under the door. I'm actually using a VPN. I also leaked my IP address ahead of time so I could get direct denial of service attacks. I'm personally throttling my internet by like downloading porn simultaneously on the side. I'm doing all of the wrong things. Okay. Is that good? Is that what's going on? Thank you. Nobody gave me advice. Nobody gave me advice on what to do on stream, on how to have the perfect stream. So that's why I'm doing all of that.
After a disastrous performance in the first debate.
More Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
President Biden has fallen behind former President Donald Trump by 6 points. That's the widest lead in Wall Street Journal polling since 2021.
Both parties were looking to this debate as a way to jolt voters, and Joe Biden came out on the wrong side of that.
As the White House and Biden campaign scramble to contain the fallout, here are the major takeaways from the Wall Street Journal's post-debate poll.
It was a performance that was very uneven, and importantly, it was pretty uneven right from the start. He had difficulty finishing his sentence occasionally.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Post-debate, confidence in Biden's ability to lead fell. 80% of voters say the 81-year-old is too old to run for re-election, compared to 73% of voters in February.
Many Democratic voters in polls.
Okay, that's still insane. Like, even in February, dude, what are we talking about? In February, 73% were like, he's too old. And now it's like 90, now it's like 80%. Okay. Like, it's bad. And it's going to keep getting worse and worse because Biden is going to keep aging.
Polls and strategists have said for a while that Joe Biden's biggest vulnerability in this election was how his age was perceived by the public. So the fact that our poll found that more voters think he's too old to be president after the debate than before the debate shows that he was really weakened by it.
And Democrats are especially worried. While voters have said they don't like either candidate, about 2/3 of Democrats want to replace Biden on the ballot, more than the number of Republicans who want to replace Trump.
What our poll found is that you could draw a straight line from that debate performance by Joe Biden to how the public is viewing him today, because only 6% of people in our poll who said that they watched the debate or heard about it thought that Joe Biden exceeded their expectations. That number was 46% for Trump.
Even though Trump expanded his lead, voters still have concerns about him too.
We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success.
While a lot of the attention will be on Biden, when we asked voters which was a bigger concern, Trump's behavior or Biden's age, voters were about equally split on which was a bigger concern.
Biden and White House aides have been insistent that he will not drop out of the race, but they have a lot of Democrats to win over after the debate.
The Biden campaign and Joe Biden himself have acknowledged that it was a bad night for them, but their theory of the case of why they should stay in the race and their theory of the case of how Joe Biden can rebound is that the closer we get to Election Day, the more stark the choice will be between the policies of Donald Trump and Joe Biden, not simply their personalities or how they present. And so that's their theory of the case. A lot of Democrats have been saying the last couple of days that they disagree with that and they would like to pick a different candidate, and we're just going to have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, not good, folks. That's it. Here's the CNN.
The stakes of this race.
Here's the CNN poll showing Kamala, you didn't fall out of a coconut tree. Harris, Kamala Harris, within striking distance of Donald Trump. They're already talking about this like fucking Kamala is running against Donald Trump.
Race could not be higher.
It turns out perhaps they could be, particularly for Vice President Kamala Harris.
That's right. That's right.
Those chants of 4 more years suddenly ringing a bit differently for a vice president at the center of a crisis consuming the White House and President Biden's re-election campaign. As the Democratic chorus grows louder for Biden to step aside a week after his fumbling debate performance, Harris is at the center of it all, playing the role of loyal running mate.
Joe Biden is our nominee.
we beat Trump.
Random tweets popping her up with videos of funny Kamala moments all over my timeline, bro. This is like, the people didn't learn their lesson from fucking Morbius, okay? When there were so many memes about Morbius and it was like, it was so bad, but then like they brought that shit back into theaters because people were like memeing about it too much. And now like it's happening for the presidency, okay? One is a fucking box office failure. The other is the motherfucking leader of the free world. What are we doing right now? We should have never done this, okay? This is, oh my God, dangerous prospects. Meme about Bernie being president. How about that? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Have you been watching Caroline Kwan streams? Dude, what do you think, dude? I mean, honestly, what do you fucking think? Do you think I'm watching Caroline Kwan streams or any streams for that matter at like 8 a.m. Not even 8 a.m. What is it? It's like 4 a.m. here at that point. Like when I'm not streaming, I'm sleeping, man. I'm in fucking Croatia. What the? Man, I got a fucking short ass fuse, bro. I'm sorry. Fuck. I really need to stop. I need to get the vibes better. Hopefully when this food comes in. Yeah, dude, I'm up at 4 a.m. watching Caroline Kwan streams.
And we're going to beat him again, period.
Even as she privately considers whether she'll soon have to pick one of her own if Biden passes the Democratic torch 4 months before Election Day. But that remains a big if, with signs of a Biden-Harris ticket suddenly not so obvious after all. Harris is in something of a historic holding pattern, leading the charge in defending the president moments after the debate to Anderson.
I got the point that you're making about a 1.5-hour debate tonight. I'm talking about 3.5 years of performance in work that has been historic.
Dude, I feel so bad for the EU frogs, actually. Except, like, I'm also running on, like, America time still. So that's part of the reason why I'm, like, fucked up. You guys are complaining. It's like, oh, this is what it feels like to be EU chatter. Bro, it's 9 p.m. It's not, like, that late to watch the stream. I do get why EU chatters don't watch the gaming, though, because, honestly, you know, you commie. Nice, dude. Yeah, I'm gaming at like fucking 4 a.m. for you guys. There's no way. There ain't no goddamn way. I get it. But like the reason why I'm a sleepy guy right now is because I'm like Joe Brandon.
A careful balancing act of proving loyalty, yet trying to maintain credibility. Her future is at the heart of a conversation among Democrats, where respect may run deeper than consensus over the party's next steps.
I think she's a talented woman and someone who should be in the mix, but this is not a matter of just passing the mantle to her.
If Biden makes the decision to step aside, senior Democratic advisors tell CNN, he is expected to immediately throw his support behind Harris and ask delegates to do the same. Former presidents and party leaders will be asked to follow suit in hopes of avoiding a contentious fight. A more open race, advisors hope, would be for Harris's running mate, with a focus on leading Democratic governors. Harris has long taken a leading role in prosecuting the case against Donald Trump.
Let us be very clear about who is responsible. Former President Trump handpicked 3 Supreme Court justices because he intended for them to overturn Roe.
A new CNN poll finds Harris within striking distance of Trump in a hypothetical matchup, 47 to 45%, a race within the margin of error with no clear leader. Harris's stronger showing against Trump is built upon her standing with women. 50% of female voters back Harris over Trump, compared to 44% for Biden against Trump. And among independents, 43% backing Harris, just 34% for Biden. As we talk to voters like Maureen Glenn in Wisconsin, Harris's name often comes up when Democrats express concern about Biden's age.
Even if something were to happen to Biden, I have every faith in Kamala Harris, and I think that Biden or Kamala Harris has a sense to follow a qualified and good cabinet of leaders, and as a team that they can run the country well.
Vice President Harris is literally waiting in the wings should President Biden make a decision to step aside. Of course, that is his choice alone to make. But the campaign is called the Biden-Harris campaign for a reason. She's been raising money for it. She, in fact, owns half of it. So the political infrastructure and campaign war chest is hers should she become the Democratic presidential nominee. Jeff Zeleny, CNN, Washington.
Well, it's Independence Day in the United States, ahead of what could be a day of reckoning for President Joe Biden. He met with dozens of Democratic governors at the White House last night, telling them he's staying in the presidential race. Mr. Biden is fending off growing pressure to drop out after his debate performance in Atlanta last week. The governors who spoke publicly expressed support for the president. In a radio interview, he tried to downplay the damage.
Any reason for the American people to be concerned?
No, I had a bad debate.
Yeah.
I had a bad debate. But 90 minutes on stage does not erase what I've done for 3.5 years. Proud of the record, and we just got to keep moving.
Bro, he sounds like shit in the radio interview, bro. What is happening? Dog, this is like your wheelhouse. It's radio, man. You were there when it was invented. How does he still sound fucking old, man? What is going on? God damn. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break, Jack. I got nothing for this. I'm so fucking pooped. The internet's beat my ass today.
Politics senior reporter Stephen Collinson joins me now. I mean, he's sounding so confident. I guess he has to if he's going to stay in the race. But the Democratic convention, I think, is coming up in just over a month. What do you expect to happen between now and then? I mean, can he be replaced technically?
He could be replaced. It would be messy, but up until about 50 years ago, candidates were picked at Democratic and Republican conventions. So it's not impossible. The infrastructure and the history is there. Changing the presidential candidate at this late stage, however, just 4 months from the election, which is an eternity in lots of countries like Britain, for example. You could hold 2 elections in that time, but as we know, American elections are very prolonged. It would be difficult, but not impossible. But I think we're coming up to a point, Max, over the next few days when if the president is going to shore this up, it has to be now, because there is not a great deal of confidence among Democrats about the way the White House has handled the aftermath of this crisis, let alone the showing that the president put on the debate. He's saying that 90 minutes doesn't erase what's happened over the last 3.5 years, and that's true. But what voters have consistently said for the last 2 years to pollsters is they're worried about the next 4 years. Is the president up to serving another term in the White House that would end when he is 86? That's his problem, not what he's already done.
If the governors don't have much joy convincing him, the other place we can look is, of course, where the money's coming from, and that's the donors. What's happening there?
So if we believe what we're hearing from the campaign, the fundraising has been pretty robust.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm genuinely fearful of people looking at Biden's unpopularity and then attributing that to the Democratic Party's like actually progressive legislative agenda when it is actually progressive. Usually it's not. That will make the country even more right-wing. That is what the Trump administration is now the Trump campaign is trying to do now. Being like, oh, it's not just Joe, it's the whole party. Throw the whole party away, vote for me. Like, that makes the dynamic of a Democrat being elected, a progressive Democrat being elected, even less likely.
Since the debate, the president does have an excellent fundraising operation.
we generally only get good figures at the end of the month or the end of a 3-month period. But if it turned out that confidence started to ebb in the president and his fundraising started to tail off, that would be, as you say, a very dangerous metric for him. I think if he gets more bad polling, we're beginning to see some polls coming out now that show he was hurt by his performance. And it's not just that, you know, he's trailing Trump and candidates sometimes get a bounce from debates like Trump may be experiencing now that then gets stabilized. The president was behind in this race. It was very close, but he was behind. The debate was his best chance to change the scope of this election, to put the focus on Donald Trump and what he says is the extreme threat that he poses to democracy and the American way of life. All anybody has been talking about over the last week is Trump, is Biden's capacity and acuity, and that is not good for his campaign at all.
Okay, Stephen Collinson, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Happy 4th of July, and welcome to a special edition of Outnumbered. I'm Kayleigh McEnany. Joining me today, Fox News correspondent Molly Line.
They got these ladies working on 4th of July, bro, just to hate extra hard.
Fox News contributor and president of American Spirit Enterprises, Tammy Bruce.
Also, I know. Edward Isaac Dover, senior reporter at CNN, new for me. Biden told Democratic governors of the White House last night that he would stop scheduling events after 8 p.m. and that he knows he needs more sleep. The debate last week started at 9 p.m. Like, I get what he's trying to say, but it's just like he's running along with the, oh, I'm overworked, that's why I got cooked in the debate narrative, and everyone else is looking at him like, no, dude, you didn't get fucking overworked, and that's why I got cooked. You're old as shit. So now when he tries to salvage that, running with the old narrative like, oh, I was traveling around too much, working too hard. People look at that and go, no, you weren't. Shut the fuck up. You're old.
News medical contributor Dr. Cenat and Fox News contributor and Fox Nation host Tom Shalhoub. Well, this, President Biden at the White House right now, facing what may be the most critical 48 hours of his entire career as he battles to save his candidacy. The president's in danger of being forced to step aside as more Democrats express doubts that he can beat Donald Trump. As speculation
yesterday, live in front of this audience, I fucking found out that the idea that Biden was jet lagged was so insane because the last time he had traveled before the debate was 11 days prior. 11. And what do you think Americans are going to think when they hear that? I lent no credence to that excuse anyway. Because he's fucking flying around in Air Force One with like a medical team strapped to the goddamn hip. Like, it doesn't work that way. But still, 11 fucking days? That's crazy.
Exploded yesterday that he may be considering pulling out of the race. The president unequivocally declared that he was in it to win it. Biden has called Democratic congressional leaders, met with 20 Democratic governors, and had a pep talk with White House staff, though that all came days and days too late. But it was part of an effort to convince skeptics that he has the energy, the mental acuity to win and lead for 4 more years. But now he's going to try to prove it to Americans tomorrow. He begins a swing state blitz in Wisconsin and sits for an interview with ABC News. But the tough reality is that the assurances, the shifting explanations, the spin that has his political aides that they've come up with so far, it's not working. Just take a look at this brutal new cover from The Economist. No way to run a country. Tammy, that
They cooked
image
his
says
ass, I
a
fear.
lot. A walker with the presidential seal from a well-respected British publication on the 4th of July, no less.
Yes, there to the left, of course, you've got the general media, so it's, I think, fascinated all of us, that this Biden that we see is not a new Biden. This has always been him. This is what
You can't do that. You can't do that, especially not on 4th of July, bro. You can't do that. You're British. Know your fucking place. I'm starting to feel real goddamn patriotic up in this bitch. You can't. You can't be cooking Biden like, you can't be cooking an American president like that. You want another 1776? We'll come after you, motherfucker. I hate this.
why he was in the basement in 2020. I'm sure he's more confused than usual that suddenly people have turned on him when this is what his life has been. And, you know, they're trying to figure that out. And I think that that also is a little misleading. He doesn't need really a walker. It's not age. That implies age. He's addled. There's a cognitive issue, as we now are tending to say.
Bro, I can't believe this is their medical correspondent. I'm sorry. Fox News is so crazy, bro. Like, if your job is literally to be the medical correspondent, like, you can't be talking like me. Like, this is the type of shit I say, right? Like, oh yeah, his brain is broken. He's demented. You're on a fucking nationally televised. I caught it. Oh my God. I almost cooked my ass, brother. Wow, not even a single drop on me. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Look at that. Look at how I stopped it. That's awesome.
Americans know it very well. Too many American families know what that is that they've been seeing, and that it has gotten worse, perhaps, but this has been an issue from the start. When he first was running, he said, I'm going to be a transitionary president. It will be one term. Even then, they knew that this was probably not going to last. So I think that it's fascinating that suddenly everyone gets it, what we've been saying for 4 years. But if he was ahead in the polls, none of this would be happening. Despite the performance, let's say his performance, there was no bump and everything was fine, even though he's been unable to run the country, they would still be supporting him. There wouldn't be this rush. And that's, I think, the panic, because at this point, he can't win. It's that simple.
So on the polls, it's an interesting point because the governors met in the White House, Democratic governors, and they came out.
Yeah, she's not wrong. Except the exact same goes for Donald Trump. You might have noticed a fun little moment before I almost dumped these turkey medallions on my lap, where she said, it's not age, it's dementia, which is true, technically. But the reason for why she's saying that is because Donald Trump is just as old. So she's not just attacking Biden, but she's trying to attack Biden from an avenue, from an angle where, like, Trump is not weak either. Medallion has to be the most unappealing meat shape. I agree. I need this protein, though.
These were the talking points. Notice Newsom's not here, Pritzker's not here. These three governors, here were the talking points.
A path to victory in November is the #1 priority, and that's the #1 priority of the president.
The president was very clear that he is in this to win this.
President Joe Biden is in it to win it.
So in it to win it. And as I said yesterday, Tom Shalhoub, we'd get the real story from the leaks, not from the talking points?
Yeah.
Well, the leaks came, and here they were. 2 Democratic governors, Michelle Lujan Grisham of New Mexico, Janet Mills of Maine, expressed concern to Biden over whether he could still win their blue-leaning states. And for context on that, Biden won New Mexico by 11, Maine by 9. So that's the real story.
Yeah. Also, you know, you can tell by these statements. Kathy Hochul, that looked like a hostage video to me.
Yes.
He is
Yes.
in it to win it. So, you know, not very convincing. The thing is he in it to win it? Or are they buying time to get their story straight, to kind of step down in a powerful way, bring in Kamala Harris? We don't know. We're all smart people. None of us know. It doesn't really matter. He's sticking.
You're not. None of you are smart. None of you are smart people.
Around, he's holding on. He said this, he's got the keys in his hand. They're saying, Grandpa, we got to take the keys away. You can't drive anymore. He's not going to let go of the keys. So when Grandpa won't let go of the keys, what do? You're going to tackle Grandpa? No. They're going to go as long as Joe will go. And so if he's going to wait to the convention, if he wants to set up Kamala Harris, we don't know what his plans are. I mean, he's meeting with his family. This is like Game of Thrones. He's sitting on that throne with the swords, and he's not getting off.
Those are some fantastic analogies. Very visual. I really like that. Molly, and so that's governors. But then when you flip over to Congress, they had a call yesterday, 5 p.m., congressional leaders. And the reporting there is interesting. This is CNN. House Democrat leadership divided over best path for Biden on call. Some said Biden needs to step aside. Several effectively told Jeffries to go to Biden and say it's time to go. Others raised concerns about frenzy if Biden withdrew. Jeffries, House Minority Leader, was in listening mode.
You know, there are reports that there are various letters being drafted that members of Congress are trying to figure out what to do. We know that at least 24 members of Congress are considering calling on him. They're worried about their seats. They're in these swing districts, and they're very concerned about what this could potentially mean for their races and just the down-party impact across all of the House heading into this election year. 2 congressmen, though, from Massachusetts, blue state, safe state, that are not worried about their seats, have stepped up to say something, raising concerns about the president's continuation under the party's nominee. Congressman Seth Moulton has grave concerns about his ability to defeat Donald Trump. Congressman Jake Auchincloss, that Biden needs to consult with fellow elected officials and public opinion research to determine if he's the strongest candidate to defeat Donald Trump in November. So the calls of concern are coming across the board, whether people are concerned about their seats or not.
That's right. You know, and this is all from leaks that we're gathering, and few people have spoken openly on the Democrat side of the aisle about what's happening. But here's Van Jones. He's a big-time Dem. Here's what he said's going on.
Everybody comes on the air and says all this great stuff, but behind the scenes, it's full-scale panic. People are passing around legal memos, PDFs are flying back and forth on WhatsApp, trying to figure out what are the options, how can you replace Biden, how do you get him to do it in a way where he feels respected as he should be respected, who should Kamala Harris's vice president be. The conversation on air and the conversation off air are completely different. But there is a big conversation happening right now about how this happens, not whether.
I mean, there's PDFs going around, Doctor.
You know, it's about time they acknowledge and respect the truth and the facts and what we've all been seeing these past several years. But we got to remember, the office of the presidency is a very stressful, grueling, demanding job. And that chronic stress,
There's something to be said about the identical panic that the Republican Party went through in an effort to try and oust Donald Trump. And then they were forced to capitulate. If you recall, it feels like a lifetime ago, but this exact same panic happened last year to the Republican Party. They were so fucking desperate to get Donald Trump out that in the primaries, they thought like, oh no, we got Ron DeSantis. And then they were like, okay, Ron DeSantis is the worst person on the planet. He is so uncharismatic. I want to kill myself every time I hear him speak. Who do we have as a replacement? Who is the institutional pick? Nikki fucking Haley. So them sitting here and laughing and making these fucking jokes is pretty funny. The difference is, at least the Democratic Party, it seems, is a little bit more competent about this replacement, I hope. Whereas the Republican Party directly failed at replacing Donald Trump and is suffering in the elections as a consequence of that. They're not polling that well. They're not polling well at all. They are the party of Trump. Trump brings his own candidate. Trump brings his own constituents, right? Fine. But he's also very off-putting to a broader electorate. This is something that we have to think about. This is something that the Republican Party thought about. And that's why they tried to fucking replace him. And then they failed. They failed spectacularly. So what did they do? They obviously circled the fucking wagons, tried their very best, and then they immediately re-upped their support and acted like that shit never happened at all.
It causes your body to release a hormone called cortisol. Cortisol damages part of your brain responsible for memory, for thinking, for decision making. So it's important now more than ever. Presidential health now more than ever is critical, especially for Americans to know what's going on. Because over time, since George Washington to FDR, Ronald Reagan to Biden now, the health of our presidents influence and impact.
Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan on his second term was literally demented. Like famously. Ronald Reagan was also demented in his second term in office. Fuck you mean? Oh, just like Ronald Reagan, we need to learn about the cognitive functions. I think that's her point. No. If that was her point, why the fuck would she use George Washington? I guess she said FDR too.
Decisions that they make and have an impact on us and on a global stage.
You know, Tammy, Vivek Ramaswamy told me that if this happens, and he thinks it will, he thinks he'll step aside. He doesn't think it happens now. He thinks it happens a little later in the cycle where they can debut a new candidate. There's this honeymoon period. It is an interesting thought.
Dude, you were literally in the White House. Why the fuck do you care about what Vivek Ramaswamy has to say? Vivek Ramaswamy, I have more experience tracking elections than Vivek Ramaswamy. What are you talking about? There is no world, like, it's like asking Andrew Yang what he thinks about the situation. Like, why the fuck would anybody do that? Who cares, man?
I don't know the practicality of it, but interesting.
Well, part of what they might be needing time for is to find out the legal problems, because this isn't just a declaration and suddenly all the ballots change. And of course, these are state-run dynamics, right? It's state by state for the electoral votes, and you've got different state rules, when you can take someone off the ballot, if and when you can put someone else on the ballot, or you can't. It's not all delivered by leprechauns. It's not just the convention, right? He won those delegates. It's going to be official at the convention, even if he says, okay, never mind.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, they're just not going to print his name. Like, shut up. This is... Dude, they were trying to say this. There were chatters in here who, like, read it somewhere. Probably on Reddit. And we're like, Hasan, what do you say to people saying, like, they're just not going to put... Like, they already printed out the ballots with Brandon's name on it. It's like, Dude, what are you talking about, man? This is the goddamn United States of America. Like, you think there isn't enough fucking printers in the country? I mean, this was dumb as fuck when they took Trump off the ballot too, and there were people trying to argue against me when I was like, that's not gonna fucking happen. You know? Like, people were like, well, technically he did violate the law. It's like, no, dude, no, there is no, like, this is not the Erdogan regime, okay? Like, you can't just fucking turn around and take off in a duopoly. You can't take off the Republican Party's candidate off the ticket because your state felt like it. Like, that's just insane. Just like whoever the fuck the Democratic Party's candidate is, their name will be on that ticket. No, there are rules about deadlines for candidates on the ballot for different states. Ohio has earlier deadlines. Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter. If you remember the Ohio case, Biden literally didn't actually fucking file in time or whatever, right? And there was a one-day media cycle around, oh, Biden might not be on the Ohio ticket. And it was like, no, of course he's going to be on the fucking ticket, man. Who gives a fuck about Ohio's rules? Like, Ohio could suck my dick. I'm just saying, like, there's no world. Like, what do you mean Ohio's like, oh, yeah, we're just not going to. Sorry, it's the rules. Like, the fucking Democratic Party's presidential candidate is not going to be on the fucking ballot. Like, I will literally send the motherfucking National Guard into Ohio, okay? What are we talking about? Sick the motherfucking military on Ohio. It doesn't fucking work that way. Like, you can't just decide like this, okay? Anyway. Ohio already changed their law this year. Their date for Democratic nominees August 31st. Those stories are always wrong. I can link you the law that the Republican governor signed. It's not August 7th anymore in Ohio. Thank you. Even if it was, who gives a shit, dude? What are we talking about? Like, people act like this is like, people act like states can get away with that much. They can't. Okay? They tried to get away with slavery. It failed. The most you can do is like fuck women over, not let them get like medical procedures or like, you know, kill trans people. But there's no world in which like a whole ass state is just going to independently go, sorry, we just have this rule in the books. So we're just not going to put the fucking president because he didn't file properly. That's not how that works. That shit only works for like third party and independent candidates, okay? You can bully them all day, every day. You can't do that to the fucking Democrat or the Republican candidate.
You know, early voting starts. You've got ballots that cannot change. What are you going to say? Vote for Joe Biden, but it really means Kamala. I mean, what is he going to do? Is he going to say, yes, vote for me? This is a possibility. And then he's going to step down and then it's going to be Kamala? Is that so you're voting for him, but they're telling you it's going to be a different president? All of this is unprecedented, but that's what they're probably trying to figure out at this point is it even possible? Is there even more chaos that generates distrust amongst the American people?
And you know who's going to exploit that? The GOP election attorneys.
Yes.
They will be filing suits.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me.
Anyway, for people still on this tip about Ohio, yeah, here we're gonna do Kaya right now, real quick Kaya break. Okay. For people still chirping about that shit, dude, I'm telling you, there is no fucking world in which a state, doesn't matter if it's Ohio, doesn't matter if it's Texas, doesn't matter if it's California, a state decides we're just not going to put a Republican or a Democrat in our duopoly, a Republican or a Democratic candidate on the ballot, dude. Oh, sorry, we just made a rule. and it means and you have to file before your convention. Sorry, sucks to suck. Like, that's not. They will literally nuke Ohio. Do you understand? They will nuke it back to the Stone Age so that it will finally be elevated again. Okay, so it will finally actually, you know, forcibly have to develop. The fuck do you mean? This kind of stuff pisses me off so much. Be for fucking real, okay? Anyway, we're going to do the Kaya videos now, yes. She's officially baptized Serbian Orthodox. So, my little baby is with her gay uncles, okay, Alex and Alexa, the Gunkles. The Gunkles are taking care of her right now. And they apparently, because they love nature, the Gunkles, the gay uncles, have taken her out on a nature trail. And in that nature trail, apparently, there's some obstacles. Okay? Obstacles such as water. So let's take a look at how she does. She's going to pass with flying colors. I know it.
Her name's Kaya.
I should just drop her in the water.
Yeah.
Did Hasan say we could do this?
Okay.
We're gonna take the
much
dog
better.
down there.
She's like, you want to carry me the rest of the way?
They don't understand. She's fat. You can't take her on a hike like this for this long. She's too fat.
Okay. Let's go. Come on. You can do it. Let's go. Let's go.
She's wagging her tail, but also scared.
Oh, come on. Come on. Look at the water. The water's fine. Yay! Good work. She's like pressing against me so hard. Don't let me go. Okay. Let's go. Come on.
Oh my God. Look at how brave she is. Look at how brave she is, chat. She's such a big old girl, dude. She's a brave girl. Step 3, water dog.
I want to go straight across, but I feel like I'm also want to follow her.
She went from hating it to loving it.
Yeah, she's having a great time.
And now look at her. And now look at her. She, of course, classic, put her pussy in there. This is her favorite thing to do. She's like, oh, it's cold. Step 4, drooling. Step 4, drool all over the car. Oh my God, that's her favorite. Because the air vent is there. Oh, what a baby girl. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm dying. I miss her so much, chat. No, that is not the take cussy. I told Alexa he could drive my Taycan if he wanted to. And he told me he was too worried to do so, so they're driving the Camry. Because remember, he's driving on the wrong side of the road. That's number 1. And number 2, he can't drive automatic. If you remember the CIA base infiltration video, like he literally drives a stick and he cannot drive an automatic. So he was like scared that he's going to fuck up the car. But I told him he could drive the Tay Cussy. I said, do it. I don't give a fuck, you know? Do it, King. Anyway, Biden is an EP boy. If President Biden steps aside, Vice President Kamala Harris will be almost impossible to beat for the nomination thanks to endorsements, money, optics, and 2028 politics. Top officials tell us. NPR is really going overboard on fear mongering. Brandon. President Biden told the gathering Democratic governors that he needs to get more sleep and work fewer hours, including curtailing events after 8 p.m. Is that a Camry with the leather seats? Holy, thank you. It's actually heated leather seats. So we're going to talk about Cenat as well. Chris Murphy is talking about a market that exists only to maximize profit with no relation to the common good is dystopian. It also happens to be America. Speaking of what happens in America, because I'm going to get to the UK news in a second, but speaking of what happens in America, Media Matters is back at it. They found the fucking president of the Heritage Foundation. They caught him dead to rights saying the quiet part out loud. Guys, I'm telling you, you are not ready for this shit.
On these most critical times and critical issues concerning the Constitution, there is no...
Now, just so you understand, he's talking to a fucking psychopathic weirdo, the president of the Heritage Foundation, okay, on the War Room, which is the Steve Bannon channel, okay? This is Steve Bannon. So, like, the Heritage Foundation president is talking on the Steve Bannon network, like, just so you understand.
No one better in this world. There's no better man, a Christian friend for time, someone who's a fierce follower of the Constitution. It's our honor to welcome Kevin Roberts to the show. And, Kevin, if you just want to freewheel it and respond to those clips and tell folks what the Heritage Foundation is doing to protect the rule of law and to protect individuals in this great country. Pleasure to have you on.
Well, Professor, my great friend, thanks for filling in and doing a great job. Three things. Number one, in spite of all this nonsense from the left, we are going to win. We're in the process of taking this country back. No one in the audience should be despairing. No one should be discouraged. We ought to be really encouraged by what happened yesterday. And in spite of all of the injustice, which, of course, friends and audience of this show, of our friend Steve know, we are going to prevail. Number two, to the point of the clips and of course, your preview of the fact that I am an early American historian and love the Constitution, that Supreme Court ruling yesterday on immunity is vital. And it's vital for a lot of reasons, but I would go to Federalist number 70 if people in the audience are looking for something to read over Independence Day weekend, in addition to rereading the Declaration of Independence. Read Hamilton's number 70, because there, along with some other essays, he talks about the importance of a vigorous executive. You know, former congressman, the importance of Congress doing its job, but we also know the importance of the executive being able to do his job. And can you imagine, Dave Bratt, any president, put politics off to the side, any president having to second guess, triple guess every decision they're making in their official capacity? You couldn't have the republic that you just described. But number three, let me speak about the radical left. You and I have both been parts of faculties and faculty senates and understand that the left has taken over our institutions. The reason that they are apoplectic right now, the reason that so many anchors on MSNBC, for example, are losing their minds daily is because our side is winning. And so I come full circle in this response and just want to encourage you with some substance that we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Right on. Thank you, brother. We'll be right back after a break with Kevin Roberts to dive into...
My man said right on. Does this man actually believe what he's saying? Brother, he's the president of the Heritage Foundation. Of course he believes what he's saying. Yes. He is talking about Project 2025 there, by the way. And also beyond that, he's talking about the president doing illegal shit. And how it's awesome that the Supreme Court has given him immunity from prosecution. He's also then following that up by saying this is going to be a second American Revolution. And it will be a bloodless revolution unless the left intervenes. As in, he's just straight up saying, you know, it's Nazi time. Rise up. Is it a hot take to think that the Heritage Foundation is trying to appeal to the Christian nationalists, acting like Project 2025 is going to be some Nazi society when all it does is dismantle the federal government and make it impossible for the government to regulate? They're selling complete neoliberal dismantling of the government as a popular fascist ideological project. No, I think that they're also popular fascist ideologues in general. Like, I get what you're trying to say. They're just like bloodless neoliberals who only care about corporate deregulation, which is true. They do care about that. But no, I do also think a lot of them are just like psychopathic, rabid Christian nationalist fascists. Straight up. If they cared exclusively about corporate deregulation, the Federalist Society would not have actually cut abortion. They would not have shot down Roe v. Wade. No way. That was the decision of a select few people, a percentage of people in this country that wanted to flex their power. Bro, just yapping now? No. No. Republicans have maintained abortion as a carrot dangling atop a stick for years. Okay? It's a perfect motivator for the white evangelicals to come out and vote hard. The fact that they actually followed through on that project after decades and decades and decades of work created a structure where it was now unavoidable. It was now directly, entirely in the hands of the Republicans. This caused a lot of grief for the Republicans, a lot of electoral grief for the Republicans. So much grief that a fucking cadaver still has a chance of getting reelected. Because everybody knows the Republicans own abortion. I'm telling you, dude. You don't make decisions like that if your goal is simply to maintain your grip on power. You don't make Roe v. Wade style decisions. You don't ever allow your foot soldiers in the Supreme Court to make decisions such as that one that will greatly undermine the Republican project. Unless you are ideologically committed to some form of Christian nationalism where you want to show the rest of the country, like, we do have this power and we will follow through on it. We have the capacity to claw back civil liberties at the behest of a select few. Okay, a 30% white evangelical base. We will do it. We have the power to do it, and you can't say anything about it. You can't do anything about it. I think so. I think some of them are ideologically committed fascist Christian nationalists. Yeah, I talked about this yesterday. Mehdi Demirad facing ban over a wolf celebration win over Austria. Embarrassing shit. So fucking embarrassing. Hayvan. Oh, yeah. All right, he got banned. He got banned for the next game, I think. Or maybe 2 games? How many games? So fucking embarrassing. This is supposed to be a phenomenally important moment at the international stage. And for a hand gesture, yes, brother, for hand gestures. This is the Turkish Sig Heil, okay? The fuck are you talking about? Just for a hand gesture. He knows the fuck he's doing. He's Sig Heiling, bitch. That's what he's doing. Do you think an athlete, if they fucking celebrated by Sig Heiling and then turned around and said, oh, I'm just proud to be German, and that's the reason why I was doing that, is celebration, and I'm glad that I did that. If you think a German player fucking did that shit, okay, would you consider that to be inappropriate, or would you consider that to be fine? It's not a dog whistle, dude. The gray wolf hand symbol is not a fucking dog whistle. Okay? It's not. It's just straight up a bullhorn. It's literally the Turkish Roman salute. Obviously, the context changes. Obviously, the context changes when it's like, you know, someone doing Quiet Coyote at fucking scout camp or some shit in America. But when it's a Turkish player doing this as a moment of celebration, like, it's not a fucking dog whistle at all. When a Turkish person does that, unless they're me and making fun of it, you know, then they're doing it for one reason. Speaking of fascism and soccer, this is at the RSL game tonight. Seems not great. Oh my God, brother. Why is it bad for a Turkish person doing it? Your name is Zaza Demon, but I assume the Zaza doesn't stand for what it would stand for in Turkey, and instead stands for weed, like Zaza Smoker. It's additionally ironic that a dude with the name Zaza in their fucking username is saying, what does this symbol mean in Turkey? That's so funny. There's like 8 Turkish motherfuckers in here. There's 8 Turkish motherfuckers in here, so like only they will understand. Zaza is an ethnic minority in Turkey, okay? Eastern Turkey. It's a language. And they're Kurds. They are the ethnic minority that gets killed by the dudes throwing this up. Okay? Which is why it's pretty funny when a dude with the name Zaza. No, they are not Kurds. No, they consider themselves Kurds for the most part. Like, what? Am I wrong? Like, they are their own group, not Kurds. Okay, bro. You are wrong on this. What is this? More to this story? Evan Dunn of USARA here. I'm proud, out, queer man who spent most of my life working in and around social justice causes. And I know this guy. So I actually know this guy. He got those tattoos to survive in prison where he spent most of his life. And the past couple of years completely turned his life around. He's currently in the process of getting the tattoos removed. He prioritized a large swastika on his leg and a smaller one on his arm. I asked him why the SS tattoo visible on his head. He told me that he needs to keep his hair short for the ongoing laser treatments to remove it. Once it's light enough, he'll likely get something tattooed over it. Here's a pic of us together last weekend at the SLC Pride. He generally wears a hat and a false leg brace to cover them. He's genuinely one of the nicest people I've ever met. Oh, shit. What a fucking turn, dude. That's crazy. I'll believe it when I see it. No, I believe it, dude. That is like one of the only fucking valid. That is one of the only valid instances, dude. It's not that he's a recovering Nazi. It's that, I mean, he is a recovering Nazi, and it's not like he was ideologically committed to the Nazi cause, but got the tattoos when he was in fucking prison. Yes, if you're white, you joined the white gang. That's it. It don't matter. It don't matter if you're a Nazi or not, okay? Ideologically, you're just a part of the white gang now. Yeah. You can't really get those tattoos outside of prison anyway. Most tattoo parlors will not ever tattoo that stuff. So most of the Nazi tattoos you see are either like from one specific tattoo parlor that does do it secretly. You can go to prison and not be affiliated, but racists love lying about that. That's not what I've heard. They say you have to get it to survive because they're scared bitches. Dude, what are you talking about? Everyone I know that has been to prison has basically mentioned this exact same thing. I don't know if you've been to prison. You ever actually been to jail, homie? I have been to jail, not prison. But I mean, it was, you know, overnight. It wasn't like a fucking extended stay. Okay? But I do know people that have been to prison and have been to jail, county jail specifically. And depending on the length of your sentence and how long you have to be there for, hell, yeah, no, that's not true. You can be unaffiliated. I've done it for months at a time. Okay, well, that's what I was trying to explain. Depending on the length of your sentence, and where you're actually serving your sentence, you might be able to get away with it. Most folks don't mess with that stuff. Drug users want to get affiliated. These are facts from someone who has lived it. False, you can't. I know folks who have. Okay. I do love the idea that your name is the littlest bird and you've been into prison. You've been into jail. I mean, I believe you. You have no reason to lie to me. But I do think it's funny, the juxtaposition of having a username, being a 34-month subscriber with a username like the littlest bird. I agree. I had a coworker who had Nazi tats and he said it was risen, but then come to find out he has a swastika keychain. Guys, I'm not saying every single person that does that is legitimately doing it for survival. Okay? Plenty of people that go to prison are incredibly fucking racist and might even get pushed into joining for survival and then get the tattoos. This does not mean that there aren't people that also are forced into joining, especially considering that this person is like, you know, turning his life around. Good for him. Do you see Jason the Weenie is down for a 2v2? I did not know that, but yeah, I'm excited at that. So many chatters have gone to prison. I'm sure there's there's definitely a decent amount of chatters in here that have done time. Not like, you know, a majority or anything, but like definitely more than 20 at any given moment. There's also a shit ton of former, like there's also a shit ton of people who are rehabilitated, struggle with addiction. It comes with the territory of what we talk about on a daily basis. Most people do not have most people do not see these people as human beings. And this is one of the few communities where we openly discuss stuff like that. So, you know, it makes sense. Jason down the hoop.
FaZe boys, he said you and Max are good, but he was destroy you because he's too big. I saw this on my Twitter as well.
Wait, but
hold up. Let me go to my Twitter. Hold up. Who got the link? Who got the link? Listen.
I didn't say I could destroy him with Ludwig, bro. What are you talking about? I said I could beat them 1v1. And I also personally stated that beating someone 1v1, especially with a size differential, does not necessarily make you a better baller in general. Is he 16? No, actually, I think Jason is like kind of older than he looks. I'm not backing out. I would love to do it. I would love to do it.
Honestly, I asked Max about it, and Max said he was down.
He's 20?
Bro. Max had it.
Oh, shit, he's 20? Okay, he is a baby. I didn't realize. Damn, bro, I got fucking 12 years on him. 13. Yeah, I'm going to beat this little child's ass. No, I'm just kidding. Stop fighting with kids is on. I'm such an old man, dude. It's crazy.
He was down to do a 2v2, me and Max versus Hasan and Ludwig.
They're cooking me. They're cooking me. They put Ludwig with me, dude. Come on. They put fucking, dude, really? The Unk team? That's elder abuse, brother. That's crazy. Okay, listen. If Ludwig is why am I playing with a handicap? That's crazy. Really? My second is Ludwig from video games? Really? You fell off? I did. I know, man. I've fallen off so hard. Ludwig can dunk? No, he can't. I mean, it's actually, I wouldn't even be surprised if he could. Because he's got a lot of strength, a lot of butt strength. Okay, now I have to fucking watch the game tape. Now I have to review the footage.
Oh my, mommy, I need a heal.
Oh my god, you need a heal. Come here.
I'm coming.
Bro, what the fuck is that? Bro, what the fuck is... Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? Bro. Bro, I'm sending this clip to Banks right now. I'm gonna be like, listen, brother, you made a mistake. I'm sending this to Banks right now. I texted him the other day. I was like, listen, I see all of your new pickups, like all of their clips all over my timeline. They're fucking funny, including Jason. But that was before I saw this clip. Now I'm sending this clip to Brother Banks, dude. What the hell? What the hell is this, bro? Yo, Jason's got a lot of haters, huh? That's crazy. That I can't even watch the rest of this clip to preserve his integrity or what remains.
Meow, meow,
Meow.
Hey.
Thank you, mommy.
No problem.
Brother, no, brother. Let the Zoomers cook. No, man. No, we're taking the Zoomers out the kitchen. This is not good. This is, oh my God, that's so bad. Oh my God. Did you see this in your timeline? Is it the Chinese people talking about America? Yes, I did. I did see this. It's actually a fire TikTok. Anyway, someone send me the fucking footage, dude. Come on, send me the actual footage that I'm looking for. Jason versus Ludwig, so I can see the 1v1.
What are you doing? Hey! Calling it? You want to call it? You can call it. Nah. He stayed there, though. He kept it. It was a good move, though.
Yeah, Ludwig has to foul his ass. Like, in order.
Oh! You want to check it up? I'm good. Okay. Oh. Good attempt. I'll take it. It's about good
Bro, I can't look. I can't look. It's too bad. It's just like, I can't look.
shots up.
Like, look at his footwork, even though he's just moved his pivot foot a little bit. Not to be a fucking referee, Andy. I do that shit all the time too. But like, look at his footwork and his handles versus Ludwig's. Okay, even if you're not like super confident in your understanding of basketball, okay, even if you're like, I don't really fully get it. Like, look at the difference.
Stop backing into me. That's all space.
Go back to the beginning. I don't know why it's timestamped because I was looking at it yesterday. Buddy, it's tough to watch you try and game these guys when you're out there moving like the literal Iron Giant on the court, my brother.
Hey.
Wait, where does he start? Where does he start cooking him? Like, oh, it starts immediately.
You can throw it on you if it's easier too.
That's how much? I'll give you $100 if you only want.
This is the ref.
No,
It's all right. Raise the ref. Raise the ref. No, you're the ref. You're the ref.
Okay, you want to shoot for it?
You want to shoot for it?
Shoot for it.
All right, you shoot for it.
Here we go. This. No. No, yo, Jason. He won't lose.
Bro's wearing the fucking rebel gear too, rebel athlete gear. Oh god.
Hey, Jason, win it, bro.
Oh my god.
You should win. I've only been playing for 4 months.
Bag work.
Are you ready?
Bag work. If you lose, you're ashamed of fate.
Yeah, by the way, do you guys understand what I mean when I said Lobo got hit with the Dominican Ray before he went on the stream? If you saw him on the stream, dude, he was sitting like this. He was like this. He's like, yeah, on God, for real. Yeah, I got aura on 1000. I'm like, you don't say these things. You are not this Who are you? Who the fuck are you? Like, yeah, I phase up sometimes. I phase up sometimes. I got aura. It's like you're talking like you have grills on. Like, what is this? What is happening? Who are you? You're damn near 30. Okay. He got a little fucking fade and he switched up. Yeah, I got motion. Phase up. I got motion on God. It's real to me. It's not a big deal.
All right, ready?
Hey, good luck.
All right, man. All right. All right. You got that? You got that? Oh. Oh.
Oof.
All right. Hey, you should have made that. That's your last possession. You give me one?
I'll give you one.
All right.
What?
Oh. All right.
I'm glad he repositioned.
Huh? No, I will. It's early days. Let me go for a 3. Why are you out of breath already? All right, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Oh, hell no. I can't.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. If he can't pass Lud, like, how's he supposed to fucking cook my ass? Like,
I can't. That's a double rim. I know, but that was double rim. Watch out.
bro, oh God, I'm effing again. Holy moly. We're back. It's fine. We're back. We're good. We're back. Okay, listen. I need to explain something here, okay? I will play with Lud 2v2. I will play with Lud 2v2. Jason and Max. It's fine. We can do it. Do I trust that we will win? Not necessarily. I don't have a lot of confidence. But I can't make fun of my teammate. Okay? I cannot make fun of my teammate ahead of time like this. Okay? But I will say, this is like, you know what Lud's playing like here? I don't know if there's a lot of ballers in the chat, but you know when you sometimes play with like a football player, like a player who played football his whole life, but is like, you know, attempting to play basketball. So he has like, you know, size, and he knows that he has size. He knows how to like move his body. He knows how to like push, but he has no handles whatsoever. That's exactly what he's doing right here, where he's just giving up the ball completely. He's just like barely bouncing it while simultaneously just trying to push into him. Look. Like, football players trying to play basketball. Yeah.
You holding me, bro. I'm clamping. I am clamping you. Say football, nigga. Shoot, bro. Hit, foul. Play call. Shoot court.
Exactly.
Hey. Oh.
Dude, what is going on my internet, dude? Please, bro, please. Also, I've seen 0 cooking so far.
You're on Fritzy.
What is this? Why is this in slow-mo? Why is this in slow-mo? Croatia, what the fuck's going on, dude? Don't do this to me, Croatia. At the top of the motherfucking hour, too. God damn, dude. It's like in slow mo. I've not seen a YouTube page do shit like this. I'm running the 3-minute ad break. Fuck it. I don't even give a shit. All right.
Where you going? Where you going? Take a shot. Take a shot. How many dribbles you get?
Yeah.
Okay, he's fine.
Fudge cakes.
He's all right. He's not bad.
It's working.
I think Ray definitely clears everyone here.
My God.
Half time at 5 points?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Love from video games is terrible at basketball, but unless Max is nasty, you can probably still win. No, I saw some clips of Max versus Jason, and he's actually pretty good. He's better than Jason, I think. But to be fair, I thought Jason was better as well than this. So maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. All right. You just whisper Pokemon under your breath? He's whispering Pokemon under his breath. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Hey! Hey! Climbing on my back. I feel like.
Yes, Ray's better than both of them for sure.
I feel like you got a
foul?
Nah, man, I just got King Kong on my back. All right, ready?
That's why they call me.
Oh, beautiful lights.
Oh, that's off your foot.
That's not me.
That's off his foot. What's happening?
It's getting big. All right, ready?
Man, security.
I'm gonna do the Oi Bruv elections after this.
Oh. Yo, is this mid versus mid right now?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. Come on, show me something. Show me something. There we go.
Still finishes. All right, it's your first shot. How you feel? First shot.
Good.
All right. All you. All you. All you. All you. What are you doing? You gotta tell. You gotta tell. Hey.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. All right. That's tuah?
Tuah.
All right.
Who's better, you or Wig? I mean, I cook Wig every time we play now, but I mean, he's pretty good. Not Ludwig. We're talking about Nice Wig for those who are asking. He used to destroy me though. Jason has his speed on you. Yeah, that doesn't, Jason's speed is completely meaningless here unless he can shoot. Okay? If he can shoot, because there's no way that I play against a person that much smaller than me and not put a shit ton of distance between us because I know my fucking limitations. I'm not going to clamp up on him because he can absolutely fucking pass me. So obviously I'm going to give him space. If he can actually shoot, then, that's an issue. We weren't calling Lud Nice Wig as a joke. No, Nice Wig is actually another content creator who's wonderful. I love him. He's a walking brick.
I can't talk or I'll get tired.
All right.
Nice Wig also has a shot. He has that like weird. Nice Wig also will literally do this like he has a great shot, but I say weird because like he doesn't even jump. He will literally shoot 3-pointers like he's got that fucking Jokic He's got that Jokic range. He will literally shoot without jumping, okay, from the three-point line or even way behind the three-point line. Like, he will shoot like half-court shots without jumping. It's crazy.
Oh, so rebounds. And then
Oh, are they doing like King of the Court style, like 3 dribbles or whatever? Is that what they're doing? Or 5 dribbles, I guess. But he's been dribbling a lot more than 5. Like, no rebounds.
Check. I'm not jumping.
Too much space.
Oh.
4. 4-1.
Yeah, it's definitely not 4 dribbles, chat.
Oh, I almost had a snatch.
I can tell you to dribble back.
Hey.
Oh, dream. Oh, hey, this would be bad for you if you lost this.
I will cry.
Oh my God. Ludwig plays okay, but his style kind of sucks. No, he just started playing basketball, dude. I mean, he's improved phenomenally for how bad he was. But like, come on, you can tell, like, listen, yes, Jason is not making the most out of his opportunities. Okay? But like, look at his ball handling. Look at his movement. Like, obviously, there are major differences between him and Ludwig.
You guys tired?
You can't say a word.
Okay, man.
Oh.
Oh.
Ludwig is using his strength and height to his advantage and just trying to brute force it, which is a smart thing to do here.
Hey, everyone heard that. 4-2.
You're lying.
Oh, no, that's way off. Shit.
He glazing, right?
Yeah, low-key both good is crazy.
That's crazy.
You're gassing.
Yeah, Ludwig can't dribble with his left hand.
Oh, damn, he's got that.
Halftime!
Bad work.
Bro, he's cooking him, dude.
Huh?
Oh, halftime.
Well, I'm at 6.
How many you need? 11. No, I mean minutes.
5 minutes. Wait, not even. Just need a water bar. You want to shoot around?
Wait, 11. Okay. All right, go, Ray.
Where your money at?
All right, I don't care about these little kids.
I'll take it. It's about good shots up. Stop backing into me. That's all space.
My favorite thing is when I like move away from serious news for a little bit and like chatter slowly, like instead of like deteriorating, instead of like losing their minds, they slowly but surely try to like pique my curiosity with news articles to get me back on. Right? Like he's like, this chatter is obviously like he first said shelter Rosebud in shambles over no Israel news, but in fact he's sheltered Rosebud. You know what I mean? He's like, oh man, sheltered Rosebud sure is upset right now. Not me though. I'm enjoying the show. Okay. Like he thinks he can just like trickle in some news stories. You still running from your rage? I've literally never run from your rage, even when I was like significantly worse. That's crazy. He's been running from me. Anyway, let's continue.
Hey. Oh, I see it.
Okay, this is like, all right, this is ass. All right, I've seen enough. I've seen enough. All right, you tweaked your back. It doesn't matter. I'll still play. All right, someone send me the Max versus Jason tape, and let's review that. Okay. Your rage is disabled now, bro. You should let him win. I don't hate sports. I'm just concerned about the UK elections on the goddamn 4th of July. Yes, dude. I know. I know. We're going to get to that after this. Okay. I'll come back later. All right. I'll come back later. Bro, I really do hate the fucking, like, I really do hate the position I'm in sometimes. Like, I love it. I'm very fortunate. We do a lot of fundraisers. We do a lot of good here. But, like, god damn, dude. Chatter's gonna be so fucking nasty. Like, nobody cares, man. If you want to fucking leave, you can leave, you know? Just, I don't understand where you're like, oh, you're not talking about politics? I'm out. Fuck you. I'll be back when you're talking about politics. Like, don't be a bitch about it. Okay? Anyway, does anybody have the one-on-one? Oh, here it is. Plaque Boy Max versus Jason the Ween, one-on-one. Okay. Did it end already? Or... Okay, let's see. Okay, it's 2-3. That's unnecessary. Unnecessary fade away for no reason, but okay. Okay, he's got a decent shot. He's good on defense, or at least he's stanced up like he is. Oh my God, he's giving him a wide berth. He's disrespecting him. He's disrespecting him. I've never seen somebody over the age of 20 wear these shoes, by the way. Every time I go to the courts, a person that is wearing these shoes, 100%, I'm like, oh, that's 16 years old. That person is definitely 16. No disrespect. Okay? No disrespect. It's just... Here's how I see this going down. They're going to double up on me when I post, inevitably, because I'm gonna get annoyed. I'm gonna try to do my classic, like I'll dribble a little bit around the key and try to make some fucking top of the key shots. If I miss enough and I feel threatened, as though they're like, because they have like decent shots they can shoot, and if we start losing, then I'm gonna start posting up. And then they're going to start doubling me. When Hasan crashes out during ball for sure, absolutely not. Not even a little bit. I'm the anti-crash out at basketball. I actually hate those dudes that fucking constantly get into arguments Especially, oh my God, there's a bunch of old dudes that I play with. Don't expose your game. It's not, it doesn't matter. I'm going to post up. I'm going to post up. And then they're going to double me in order to try to steal the ball while I'm posting. And if I pass it, and then obviously I'll pass it off to Ludwig. And at which point, it's entirely up to Ludwig to make a wide open shot, possibly a wide open layup. If he can do that, then we'll win. I suspect he will try to do it and he'll get discouraged. He'll try to do it like 2 or 3 times and fail to do so. And then when it looks like he's super discouraged, I'll stop feeding him and I'll start making like way harder shots than I should be taking while I'm getting doubled. And then that's it. Sounding like Caitlin Clark. I don't know. I mean, I still think we can beat them 2-on-2. Oh, he's coming in a little bit more. Oh, he's still letting him shoot. That's crazy. That's insane. That's okay, dude. That is so inconsistent. He's not covering for races and fanning flames. What are you talking about? That's okay. Yeah, that was crazy. That was a J.R. Smith ass contested ass shot. He did not need to take it like that, but that was still pretty cool that he did. That was pretty clean. Oh, he made it.
Wow, man. I told you, bro. I was gonna.
Okay, now it's game time. He's being serious. Dude, he has a lot better. He has a lot better ball handles. Okay, worst time to say that, but still, he has. Yeah. Who are these people? This is Jason the Ween and Blackboy Max. They're Twitch streamers. They both recently joined FaZe, and they're funny. They make good content. Blackboy Max, for those of you in this community that are completely unfamiliar with him, actually mentioned me on his FaZe, on his FaZe introduction video. You might remember that. Max tried to play in college. I think he's too short to play in college. No, again, I'm not. I mean, he's good, but if you didn't have height, I'd say you're cooked. Yes, dude. Of course, if I didn't have height, I would be cooked. It's a big part of my advantage. Something that I openly recognize. Anyway, what does he say?
I feel like that'd be fire, bro. I feel like that would be fucking fire. I feel like that would be fucking fire. FaZe versus Poggers. Like, that would hit. I would be so down to do that.
Versus Poggers.
Hasan wants to ball with you in the face.
It's Ludwig from video games and Hasanabi from politics. All right, yeah, no, I mean, I'm down. He's not 12, he's 20. I thought he was older. I was wrong. All right, let's get back to the news, okay? Before the Oibrov chatters flip a fucking lid, okay? We'll get like 8 outages in the fucking broadcast and people still stick around, but the moment that I move away from politics, there's like at least 5,000 people that are like, "Oh, I'm going to go kill myself." I had the toaster next to the bathtub ready. This motherfucker is not doing politics. What the fuck? That's crazy. It's over for me. Okay, I'm done. My favorite streamer is not. He's not giving me my news fix. This is crazy. My goat is washed. Okay. All right.
We're back. People in the UK are voting today in a general election that could see the Conservative Party's 14-year reign come to an end. Multiple polls suggest the Conservatives could face a wipeout with the opposition Labour.
You made your name as a political streamer. Love you, but what do you expect? No, I didn't just make my name as a political streamer. Okay, don't fucking put a hustle after that 39-month subscriber. No, the entire fucking point of this broadcast is that it's not just politics. Okay, no matter how fucking annoying just politics chatters get, and it doesn't matter. You've been in here for 39 months. You know, I made my name watching MasterChef and JCS Reacts. Okay? That is the entire reason why this community is as large as it is. And I will continue doing that no matter how much people get fucking annoying. It doesn't matter. You can be as annoying as you fucking want. Not that chatter, but like in general. You can be as annoying as you want to be. Okay? It doesn't matter. I'll do it when I have fucking 10,000 viewers if that's what it takes. But I'm just going to do what I want to do.
Party on course for a potential landslide win. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from London with more on this. Good morning, Raf.
Stephen, good morning. The polls have been open here for about 5 hours on this unusually sunny election day in London. We won't get exit polls until around 5 p.m. But from the voters we are speaking to, every indication is that this is a changed election and that the British public is planning to vote for a new government and a new prime minister.
Thank you. This morning, after a lightning-fast 6-week campaign, voting is underway across Britain. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, whose Conservative Party has been in power for 14 years, asking voters for another chance.
Your vote will make a difference. Lots of people want to say this is a foregone conclusion. Analysis shows that's not true.
But with prices high, economic growth low, and
14 years of austerity with the Tories, it's so Jover. Like, it's not even just Rishi Sunak. Nobody could fucking salvage the situation, okay? I mean, listen, the English, they have a tendency to be like, oh, we hate that the NHS is underfunded. So this time we're going to vote for the Tories again. They do have that tendency. They did it because I remember last time around, they were like 9 years of austerity must be put an end to, which is why I'm voting for the Tories once again. It's like, what do you mean? Like, what needs to be done for you to understand that, like, these guys fucked the country up? It's very weird. But this time it does feel like it's actually Jover. It's really awful, though, because it's Jover for the Tories at a time when, like, Labour is basically repositioning to be the Tory party, the competent neoliberals. Which is very sad state of affairs, okay? Oh my God. Anyway, let's keep going.
Conservative prime ministers in a row forced to resign since the 2016 Brexit referendum that saw the UK crash out of the European Union. Many voters here are in an unforgiving mood.
They want to see the Conservatives maybe get what they deserve after behaving so badly.
Polls suggest the Conservatives are facing a wipeout. And the center-left Labour Party heading for a potentially historic landslide victory. Labour's Keir Starmer poised to become Britain's next.
The only way that the Labour loses this is if Keir Starmer and the current Labour, which is literally fucking so goddamn Tory adjacent, so goddamn conservative. The only way that the Labour would ever lose this, instead of the insane landslide victory that they're supposed to get in this circumstance, like their opposition, once again, has recycled leadership unceremoniously in a way that I have never seen in modern politics. Okay? Like, it is a joke. 14 years of austerity. People are fucking annoyed with both the cost of everything going up and also with the amenities that they normally took for granted getting worse and worse year over year due to privatization. The river is full of shit. The water is bad. Everything's expensive. I mean, it can't go on like this, right? So the only way that this fucker still loses this absolute like silver platter dub that they're giving to the Labour Party is because he is so unimaginably dog shit. Like, so bad, so uncharismatic, such a massive fuck up, and Labour hemorrhages its like loyalists, which it has already, and people, I don't know, maybe like vote for the Greens or something. I don't fucking know, or they just don't. It's just Starmer is so bad. It would be entirely Starmer's defeat if that was to even happen, which I don't think it will, but. I mean, people are saying there's no chance of Labour losing. I don't think so either. But regardless, dude, although I don't believe that there's a chance that Labour loses, British people are crazy, man. Who knows? Oh, Jesus.
Minister and the leader of America's closest ally.
We've now had 14 years of chaos, of division and failure. And the choice tomorrow is to bring that to an end, to turn the page and start to rebuild with Labour.
A former prosecutor, Starmer is a political centrist whose policies and politics align with President Biden's. But next year, he may be dealing with a second-term Donald Trump, who's threatened to pull the U.S. out of NATO and cut support for Ukraine. Does Keir Starmer have what it takes to stand up to Donald Trump on the world stage?
I think Keir Starmer will stand up for what he believes in. When it comes to foreign policy, our support for NATO is the cornerstone of that.
We headed to the West London constituency of Kensington and Bayswater, home to one of the country's closest races. The Conservatives won the last election here by just 150 votes. Now, Labour candidate Joe Powell is hoping to flip the seat.
We think this is going to be very close. Whatever the national polls show, this is not a traditional Labour seat.
Do you think people are excited about voting for Labour, or they just want to punish the Conservatives at this point?
Well, I think a lot of people are very excited about voting for Labour because they're desperate for change in the country.
Some of those...
Yeah, okay, you literally just described, yeah, no, people aren't excited to vote for Labour, the current Labour. You literally openly admitted that they're voting against the Tories. Yeah, they're excited to punish the Tories. Okay, so they're not excited to vote for Labour. They're excited to fucking punish the Tories. Old Labour, yes. Fuck this right-sided Labour. I mean, this is also, in some ways, old Labour as well. When you think about it. Dick riding NATO and America into fucking oblivion and being otherwise dogshit conservative is old Labour. There was only a brief period of Labor that wasn't like that. Contemporary Labor Party has been more like Keir Starmer, the kid starver, and less like Corbyn.
Those looking for change are turning to the populist right and the anti-immigration Reform Party led by a British ally of Donald Trump. Polls suggest Reform winning nearly a fifth of the vote, though the UK's election system means it's unlikely to win many seats in Parliament. Now, unlike the US, here in the UK, there's no transition period between an election and a new government taking office. So, assuming the Labour Party wins tonight, Keir Starmer will give his victory speech. He'll sleep for a couple of hours. He will head to Buckingham Palace just down the road to see the King, and then he will immediately take office as the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Stephen?
Wow, a lot to be watching for that. Raph, thank you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking.
It's so funny seeing like UK politics resemble American politics so closely. Not gonna lie, guys, things are not looking good. What? Iconic British politics moment? Oh, this is classic.
To recall that at the time after he became Prime Minister under the coalition, and at the time when he was dividing the nation between strivers and scroungers, I asked him a very important question.
I love UK Parliament footage because, like, this video is from April 11, 2016, except it looks like it's from yesterday because they still film with the same fucking, they have not changed the footage style at all.
About the windfall he received when he wrote off the mortgage of the premises in Notting Hill, and I said to him he didn't write off the mortgage of the one the taxpayers were helping to pay for at Oxford. I didn't receive a proper answer then. Maybe Dodgy Dave will answer it now. And by the way,
Order.
by the way,
Order. I must ask the honourable gentleman, order. Don't require any assistance from some junior minister. An absurd proposition. I invite the honourable gentleman to withdraw that adjective that he used a moment ago. He's perfectly capable of asking his question without using that word. It is up to him, but if he doesn't wish to withdraw it, I can't reasonably ask the Prime Minister to answer the question. All he has to do is withdraw that word and think of another. Sorry? I think he knows the word beginning with D and ending in Y that he inappropriately used. Davy. Withdraw.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Very simple. Withdraw.
This man has done more to divide this nation than anybody else. He's looked after his own pocket. I still refer to him as Dodgy Dave. Do what you like.
Order. I'm sorry. I must ask the honourable gentleman to withdraw the word. Very well.
Shame him.
Under the power given to me by Standing Order number 43, I order the honourable member to withdraw immediately from the House.
You should have called him David the Diddler. He did all the fucking pig. David the pig fucker. How about that then? That's a better way to refer to David fucking Cameron, you. Dodgy. He's a pig fucker. David the Diddler, he diddled a fucking pig. Black Mirror? No. Black Mirror stole that from real life. Yes, David Cameron had sex with a decapitated pig head in order to do his initiation.
Turn to politics in Britain,
At least that's the speculation.
where today's election is expected to bring a dramatic shift in power. Polls show voters are likely to throw out Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and the Conservative Party that has led Britain since 2010 in favor of Keir Starmer and the Labour Party.
That episode came out before the Cameron stuff came out? No, that Cameron stuff came out before the episode. I think you're misremembering. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure the David Cameron stuff was before the episode had come out.
MTS Tayeb has more.
When Prime Minister Rishi Sunak announced the election,
over the next few weeks, I will fight for
the wettest way to announce an election. Just, you know, music blaring in the background, just wet as fuck. A perfect representation of his administration.
every vote. I will earn your trust.
It was the soggiest of starts,
So that's interesting.
which led to a clumsy campaign. From criticisms for ditching the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings early to record a TV interview, to being skewered for saying he could relate to struggling families because he didn't have cable TV as a child.
That was something that we never had growing up, actually.
Sunak and his wife, it should be said, are wealthier than the king himself. As voters go to the polls, support for his leadership has sunk to the lowest.
Yeah, bro. Bro's got the wifey poo on lock, okay? I mean, his pop was wealthy too, but like his wife is really wealthy. Money mogging the royals.
Lowest of lows, says political journalist and co-host of the News Agents podcast, John Sopel.
And this is going to be the most brutal massacre that the Conservative Party has seen in its near 200-year history.
Over the past 14 years, there have been 5 successive Conservative prime ministers. First, David Cameron, who resigned when the Brexit referendum he called didn't go the way he wanted it to. Next up, Theresa May, who quit because she couldn't secure a divorce deal from Europe. Then Boris Johnson, whose chaotic premiership ended in...
My controversial take is that the Tories were too cowardly and forced Boris to resign when he was, much like Trump, the only way who could have made this shit work. Because think about what happened afterwards. Think about how much worse things got for the Tories after Boris. It's pretty funny that he got clapped for like the dumbest thing too. Like, you want to know how fucking stupid this is? That he got clapped for this and not for like a million other things that he did? Like being one of the most racist British people alive for his entire career in quote unquote journalism. Like, he is just an awful dog shit person in general and always plays the role of a baboon in an effort to deflect away any sort of valid criticism. And he did it very well, right? He did it really well. He got clapped for this, partying during COVID. Like, that was like the big thing that happened that people were really upset about. There was some other stuff too, but like that was the most memorable one. And I think that is so funny because like that is such a non-issue in America that like Gavin Newsom did that. And absolutely nobody even brings that up. Like only the most annoying conservatives bring that shit up.
humiliation after boozy parties during COVID lockdown were revealed. Then came Liz Truss, who after one budget announcement saw her time in office cut so short that it was compared to the shelf life of an iceberg lettuce.
But a vote for Labour is a vote to turn the page on.
He's also a defender of a sex pest and gave him a job. What are you talking about? He's a fucking Tory. Like, that is a part of the ritual of initiation. Like, what do you mean? Was the sex pest not fucking children and instead like sexually assaulting adults? Because that would be inappropriate for the Tories. Because like beyond that, I think it was a man, by the way. The sex pest was like sexually assaulting men. But like, if you think it was sexually assaulting 16, 18-year-old boys, I believe. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. It's too old. That's why. That's why it was unacceptable. They were like, it's too old. Boris, you must not elevate this man. He's a reverse pedophile. That's borderline, a decrepit old man. 16? Order! 16? Positively geriatric, that is. That's not a proper nonce. How dare you elevate someone? Are you aware of the Austin Wolf shit? It feels like something you might cover here, but also maybe on Fear End. What the fuck is a Austin Wolf? What? Why did you censor it?
On all that, a vote for change.
Sir Keir Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party, looks set to win a landslide, but not because he's popular or has run a great campaign.
Tea, coffee.
I don't think there's enthusiasm.
Don't think Hasan typically covers gay porn actors? Wait, what? Chatter, you're asking me about the latest drama of a gay porn actor? Why the fuck would I know anything about that? Like, you were so certain. You were like, oh, you're definitely going to cover it. I don't know if you're going to cover it here, but like, I don't know if you would like keep covering. I don't know if you cover that on Fear and. There's definitely not just drama, not drama criminal. Okay, well, regardless, I don't know anything about this. And why the fuck would I know anything about this? Can we just get... I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're doing real news right now, man. What the fuck? Charged with distribution of CP, Justin Heath Smith, aka Austin Wolf. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? No, I don't know anything about this, bro. Why would I know anything about this? That's not why your white shirt look like poverty. This is a tank top, man. What do you want? It's a wife beater.
For Keir Starmer, but he's going to win a huge majority because people are sick and tired of having the Conservatives in power.
And Labour isn't just campaigning on change, but also to end what they call the years of chaos at the hands of the Conservative government, stressing they'll be the party of economic responsibility, a message the Conservatives successfully ran on for generations. We'll find out later tonight just how well that message will work for Labour. Michelle.
Like right there, dude, right there. It's the most offensive thing you could possibly do. which is like not take advantage of the opportunity and the momentum. Like Tory failures for 14 fucking years gives this broad popular mandate to whoever comes in power after to dramatically change the trajectory of British politics, of the British economy. Having a light Thatcherite running the Labour Party in this moment so that all of that austerity will fucking continue. Like directly taking conservative bars and adopting them and saying like, no, we're going to be the responsible party economically is so unimaginably stupid. I mean, it's not negligence. It's deliberate. It is by design, for sure. Like, you will never convince me. You will never, ever convince me that this shit is, that this shit is not deliberate. Wait, what is this? What did Elent News say? A lot of people voting Labour in the North voted Conservative in 2019, so if they go too far left, they're worried they would lose them. What are we talking about? That's British politics. It's unimaginably different than American politics. Okay? The reason why those people in the North, in the fucking Labour strongholds, voted Conservative was not because the party was going too far left. The reason why they did that is because of Brexit. No. You're talking about the UK is a little bit different than America in the way that its politics works. The UK working class, for the most part, understand their class position better than the American working class does. Okay? That's why all of their hicks are actually committed lifelong Labour voters until Boris Johnson in this like last couple of these last couple cycles. Historically, their actual poor working class are all Labour voters. Whereas in the United States of America, obviously still the broad majority of American working class individuals vote for the Democratic Party. But there's definitely a significantly more mystification of class. I know I live in the heartland of the North, but a lot of working class North are voting Reform UK this time also. Yeah, that comes with regular volatility. That comes with economic instability. That comes with volatility. Working class people become more and more reactionary, and they're easy to light a fire under, especially when you have a bullshit ass dude like Keir Starmer. But overall, I would say that the UK working class is significantly or historically way more class conscious than the American working class is. Like the attitude, yeah, sadly, a lot of it is still to do with claims about immigration and Nigel Farage. Well, 10 minutes to the exit polls.
MTS Tyab in London. Thank you.
All right, we'll run through this, and when the exit polls come in, we'll tune into the BBC, lad. That like right-wing leadership in Western Europe is just like on their random casual election shit. Okay? That's pretty funny. I mean, Macron did it too. He saw Rishi Sunak and was like, well, why don't we do that? That seems like a good idea. Only to be met with a dire defeat. Like coming in third place on the fucking parliamentary elections you ran for no particular reason. Insane stuff. Okay? I don't know what the fuck is happening. Oh, are we going through a period of like notorious, or not notorious, sorry, a period of historic hostility towards the leadership? Time to call a fucking snap election, dude. Do you like me? Checks yes or no ass energy. Dude, yes, but it's like 99% no. This analysis too. Macron apparently said that it was so that the French would experience the far right for 2 years left in his mandate rather than 5 if they were to win the next presidential election, which is so unimaginably fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry. Centrism is a fucking brain disease. No, that is literally that is the analysis. That's the only like acting theory for why he did something so insane that the rest of his party was oblivious to it. And I don't think that that's the case, but I mean, that's the only working theory at the moment. And to be fair, maybe he is that stupid. That's just like, that's so diehard. Like, we'll manage fascism is a historically important liberal move. Okay. Maybe they made Hitler chancellor to show him democracy rocks. Yeah, no, actually, like that's what I mean when I say it is a historically relevant move. Okay. Enlightened centrism, always being like, no, we'll manage the fascists. You don't understand. Better us manage the fascists than like have the fascists come into power on their own, or worse, have the socialists come into power. And that is precisely what they're doing. God, liberalism. Oh my Lord. That's kind of fucked up. Free my boy. Once again, he had to resign because he was watching adult porn. That it was adults. Oh my God, I can't do this. All right, let's see what Channel 4 is about right now. Exit poll results slated to come in 3 minutes at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break, as you all know. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. That's right. I don't know why I'm talking like this now. But the 3-minute ad break is upon us now. Here it is. What? Yes, I know I sound a little bit like Ringo.
Labour gain. And I sort of thought, this is unreal. This is not happening.
Rory? So I agree with everybody else. I mean, I think that the strange thing about it is the sense that in these last few minutes, the members of Parliament are in a pretty powerless position. I mean, we're charging around between all our different polling booths during the day, trying to encourage our supporters. And now there's 2 minutes, 56 seconds to go. It's a very, very strange feeling. Your whole destiny is about to be decided, and suddenly there's nothing really you can do anymore.
And presumably you've got those who love you, those who've supported you, those who've worked really hard on the ground, standing behind you, and you feel the responsibility for all of them as well.
I think that'll be true for everybody, because we all, whichever parties we come from, have incredibly loyal supporters who've been out with us day in, day out. Most of us have been out for 6 weeks. Unless you're very, very senior, you spend most of your time in your constituency trudging around with a group of people, knocking on doors, leafleting, and now we're all gathering, and they'll all be gathering to go into the count.
So, Harry, what do candidates do when they're waiting for this result, for this moment? I mean, do you remember what you were doing, literally at a couple of minutes to 10?
Well, I think it's like Nadine said.
Alistair Campbell, war criminal. He's Blair's right hand. Yeah, he pops off on TikTok, and I get annoyed every time I fucking hear him. He's the classic racist selfie guy. For those of you who like maybe don't pay too close attention, but he's the guy who would go around with his constituents and take selfies. And then there's like 4 in a row where like 4 in a row where oh wait, that's Rory Stewart. Isn't that dude? Oh my God. British people are so ugly. I'm mistaking one another. Okay, Hold on. Look at this fucking dude. Oh no, that's who I'm talking about. Oh, I was talking about this dude. Oh, I don't know what his fucking name is. This is the dude I was talking about. This is the racist selfie guy. Bro, that is not cool. No, this is, yeah, Rory Stewart is the racist selfie guy. All right, exit polls are coming in, ladies and gentlemen.
We will get into what has changed about the boundaries and the constituency names. A lot of constituency names won't sound familiar to you as we read them out, and we'll have to remind you who the previous MPs were. It's going to be quite a big one to try and catch up with, but we are in the final moments, 26, 25 seconds to go before we are allowed to reveal the results of the exit poll, which is based on asking people who coming out of polling stations just having voted up and down the...
But we'd say in Lancashire, it looks as though they've been absolutely battered. And look at the numbers for reform, potentially up to 13 seats. Wow. That's where some of the Conservative votes from last time will have gone. Beth Rigby, I was giving you a moment. Go.
Yeah, that is an incredible result. If you think that Starmer said he had to climb a mountain, he has scaled Everest there and taken off into orbit. Looking at that, that is implied majority. If this is correct, and it's only a prediction,
I hate it's the worst possible person that would be leading the Labour Party in this ginormous dub that was literally given to them on a silver platter. I hate the analysis. People are going to talk about how centrism works, how centrism wins, and how, like, if this was Corbyn, they're going to say that if this was Corbyn, he would have fucking lost, and all this other, like, dumb, nonsensical bullshit with no fucking real basis to it. I'm so upset. I mean, I'm not upset that, like, the Tories are gone. That's a good thing. But I am so fucking upset of what is to come for British politics. Oh my God.
There's a whole generation of people who won't be able to remember a Labour government, and that is a consequential win because Keir Starmer wanted a decade of renewal. He might have it.
Okay.
For the Tories, just to say, that's the worst performance ever. That is worse than Balfour in the Liberal line side in 1906. Look at reform. Look at Lib Dems. The subtext of this is not just the implosion of the Tories, but the rise of the other in this general election.
Let's see the reaction when we said Labour 410, a majority predicted.
On trust and integrity and living standards and the National Health Service, because if not, that reform surge, if that continues to grow, if the Conservative Party get their act together with reform, a hideous prospect, then Labour would be vulnerable. So there'll be Whitehead saying, you know, be careful, but overall the mood will be of massive.
Isn't this good overall? Like, if the Dems win? No.
Successful winning Prime Minister Labour's ever had.
George, a huge result.
I'll say it like this. Joe Biden was openly more progressive than Keir Starmer, adjusted to, like, American politics. And Joe Biden's 4 years were openly more progressive than, like, what Keir Starmer's next, like, what his tenure is going to look like. Also, the fucking Nazis got 13. That is crazy.
Labour was at the last election their worst result since the Second World War. Now their best result possibly ever. And he and Rachel Reeves did a...
No, Labour is a leftist party. Historically, Labour, it's in its fucking name. Keir Starmer, on the other hand, is not. Keir Starmer is a center-right figure that successfully, among other people, openly destroyed Jeremy Corbyn, specifically so that they could overtake Labour and turn it into a center-right neoliberal party. There are still socialists within the Labour ranks, but a lot of them got purged.
And it'd be a huge mistake to take a lot of comfort from this, but there were people thinking, and the polls were suggesting it could be an extinction night for the Tory party, an extinction level event, and the Tory party would never come back. I think there'll be a lot of Conservatives saying we can come back. And then the final point I make, and the second big story of the night, is reform. They've entered the Palace of Westminster. And if this is right, there will be reform MPs, and there will be a huge conversation and argument inside the Conservative Party, which is if we can merge with reform, then we can come back at Labour. Labour didn't get such a high share.
Bro, reform is just straight Nazis, okay? Like, reform is basically EDL. Led by Nigel Farage, among other prominent British racists. Nigel Farage basically ran a campaign of being like, we need to kill immigrants. Actually, as a matter of fact, one of the fucking MPs literally said that. We should train the British youth on our shores and use the migrant boats that are coming into England as shooting practice. That is literally a verbatim quote. I'm not even fucking paraphrasing. Okay? It is basically UKIP. There was a dude door knocking, saying fucking slurs. They were using the P word, talking about Rishi Sunak. Channel 4 did an investigation that we watched. If you remember, this motherfucker was door dashing slurs. He would go up to everyone's doors and door knock and be like, what's your favorite slur? Mine is the P word.
UK political system may be reaping the whirlwind of appeasing Farage rather than taking Farage on the core arguments that he makes, particularly around immigration. But a seismic win for Labour, and it looks as if Labour has also won its first election in a long time in Scotland. Look, yes, there are clearly big issues in a result of this scale for the SNP.
So bad.
The SNP's been in government for 17 years. We're in government now at a time when austerity is really biting. The impact of Brexit is biting. Of course, there were always going to be real challenges in this election, but it's also about the context of the election. You know, this was a kick the Tories, get the Tories out, and that always happened to the SNP pre the independence referendum, and I think we're reverting to that tonight. But you know, this is not a good night for the SNP on these numbers. And
yeah, I'm telling you right now, dude. As some of the chatters are also saying this, but I'm telling you currently, okay, watch this space. Keir Starmer does privatization, continues the austerity regime of the Tories, and then basically all the Labour strongholds go to reform. Okay? Reform comes in hot as a motherfucker, gets more legitimacy from the Tories. The Tories have no one else to rely on, so they try to bring the Reform Party on their side, set up a coalition, and then that only ends up legitimizing the reform positions. Keir Starmer turns around and in a last-ditch effort, he already signaled towards this. He signaled towards this in the debates, and he has signaled towards this as a fucking centrist. What will end up happening is Keir Starmer will also capitulate to the right-wing framing on immigration, and he already has, just like Joe Biden did. Okay, that will only further solidify the reform position and only legitimize reform further. England, 1930s style, 1930s Germany style, England goes right wing next time around.
Clocking up votes in places they could win. Reform didn't have long to prepare for this. We know that their vote is going to be very inefficiently spread, but their share of the overall vote may be pretty close to the Conservative Party's share of the vote. And that is also highly significant. And then the falling back. If it's right, we don't know because there are margins of error here, but if the SNP falls back to just 10 seats in Parliament, which implies that Labour is now once again the biggest party in Scotland by a margin, that will have profound implications for that debate over Scottish independence. So, as I say, for me, this is the most significant night in our political history since at least 1979.
Jane, I'm going to ask Colin to properly go through the exit poll, but can you just set the scene in terms of what you think has happened under the wire here?
So I think the potential here for the reform share to be really quite significant is high. And the potential also, not just in those seats, and this is, as Robert said, this is a really extraordinary moment. It's a real breakthrough for reform, for Nigel Farage. But I imagine that the impact that reform is having right across the country in loads of seats where the Conservatives are being damaged is going to be really substantial. And then we've got the likelihood of a very strong tactical vote helping the Liberal Democrats. So on both sides of that kind of question, you've got voters really in this pincer movement trying to unseat the Conservatives in this election.
What's so bad with a central-left leader? I don't know. Look at the American Democratic Party. Look at the French elections that are currently taking place. Center-left parties always capitulate to the most reactionary attitudes. And the Labor's not supposed to be a center-left party. What the fuck are we talking about? It's got Labor in the name, dude. Labor. Do you know what that means? Like, it's very different than the Democratic Party. Okay? Labor.
Rid of the Conservatives. We found that in 1997 when there were only two choices. It was you either voted Labour or you voted Lib Dem, depending on where you were. This time, Reform has joined the party, and to a more limited extent, the Greens as well. So what we'll find as the results come in is we'll find the Conservative vote collapsing everywhere. In many places where Labour was the challenger, Labour will have had a big swing towards it and will have done enough to get over the line. In other places, Labour will have to share that drop from the Conservative vote with Reform. In most cases, Labour will be okay, but in some of the places which voted very heavily for Leave in 2016 at the referendum, and in some of the places that voted Conservative again in 2017 and 2019, and where they seem to have very big majorities at the moment, many people have decided that they can't go to Labour. They're not Labour kind of people. Lib Dems are perhaps not very strong there. They will have gone to Reform, and I think we'll see some of those areas where Reform will slip through the middle. Lib Dems done pretty well. They probably haven't got all that much more voting support than they got at the last general election. But we saw Ed Davey throughout the campaign with his various stunts.
Sure did. Numbers are going to change a great deal in the course of the night. Much more than usual, because there are so many freeway marginals. There's so many. We don't know what the independents are going to do to the Labour, the Labour-Tory balance. That Reform number, which you were highlighting, looks dead dodgy to me. If you ask me, it's likely to be less than 15. It might be 3 or 4, but as you say, you just can't really tell because there are no precedents there.
What is happening?
But I don't know if that's my connection or Peter's connection.
Chatter, I love Navarre Media, but like, you're cooked for fucking telling me to watch them instead. Right as this is happening to them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a fan. I love those boys. I've been on Navarre Media. Like, I like them, but like, come on.
Or something internal to us in terms of the battle that's now presumably going to break out inside the Conservative Party. I mean, you were the former chief political correspondent for the Daily Telegraph, so this should be, I imagine, a sort of sphere of the world that you have a bit more understanding of than we do, especially in terms of connections. What do you see happening next?
Yeah, well, the two things you've got to look at tonight, and that is not just the Tory vote, but also the Reform vote, which seems to be higher than some people expected. And we are going to enter a period of convulsion in the Conservative Party. And I think this is the end of the Conservative Party as we knew it. There's no, as we've known it for 200 years, the biggest electoral machine in the Western world is going to turn into something else. It's going to, and I think that, and if you look at the numbers, Conservative plus Reform is going to be roughly the same as Labour. Labour, Keir Starmer has won this enormous majority, not because he's been particularly popular himself, but because the opposition vote has effectively split. And so you're going to have an enormously strong argument utterly disastrous, I think, for the Conservatives, but there we are, that for the Conservative Party to reform, to become once again a party of government, it has
13 whole constituencies voted reform. Dude, the door dashing of slurs was a very effective strategy. Okay? Very effective.
The 13 seats that the exit poll predicts reform will get. Can you imagine him joining the Conservative Party? Do you think he feels like he can increase his power a bit more by sort of staying in reform and causing problems there? How do you see that playing out?
It is going to be a minor story to begin with, because, you know, the big story from now is this astonishing Labour majority, the most powerful Prime Minister we'll have had since Blair at his peak before 2003, and how he's going to use that majority, and how much the size of the majority is going to enfranchise the Labour left. I think all that is going to be a major story. But you are going to have an enormous debate on the right of British politics as to whether traditional conservatism is still worth bothering with, and whether actually you need this merger between the Reform and the traditional Conservative Party. And I tell you what we've learnt in this election is some really terrible things. I mean, about Reform. It's a racist party. It's seriously nasty. It's Islamophobic. Its members are very low grade. Mr. Farage's own connections were being highlighted on the front in The Guardian today, a piece I really recommend, a brilliant piece of analysis about one of his...
Aiden, you better vote. Aiden voted Reform, chat.
And so does the Tory party want to go there? And that's one of the questions which will hang over British politics for a while. Not the leading question, because the big question is about this, what Labour... We now have a new government.
And very, very briefly, a question on Labour, because I know sort of in your more recent writing, you've been a big critic of political lying.
He said, come on, England.
You know, the 2019 election was a landslide for a politician who I think everyone, you know, would admit had a sort of...
What's your favourite slur?
And critics of Keir Starmer might say the same about him. I mean, is the message here that if you want to get elected in
voted
Britain,
Mogul Mail. I watched Mogul Mail, so I voted Conservative. Same shit.
I don't know that Mr. Starmer was perceived.
No, it's
to
not
be
Aiden from the Yard.
And nor am I certain that Mr. Johnson's endemic, and Mr. Sunak, I'm afraid, his endemic lying was the main reason for the downfall. All I can assure you is that I will be keeping my record, which is it's a website documenting these lies and falsehoods we're getting from our leading politicians, an epidemic of them. I'll be keeping it going. And it made Mr. Sunak, Mr. Starmer, Keir Starmer, I must get his name quite right, he made some remarks which we can test him with. He said he was going to clean up politics just in the week before the election. Well, having said that, he can be held to it, and I'm very glad he did. But his record in opposition, as has been documented, is not very good.
And what do you think he should do first? You know, I mean, some people would say Keir Starmer's support is, you know, wide but shallow. If you were sort of advising him, you say you've got this big majority, you need to use it to do something. What should he be prioritising doing first?
Well, he has a big majority. He's also got a lethal machine. He has got the most brutal political machine, in modern era, and so he can do what he wants. He's incredibly powerful at the moment. Well, the first thing he will want to do is to build his growth agenda, because he's central to his proposals was that he's going to make the British economy grow again. But he has constrained himself. But the reason he's got this massive majority is because he's refused to take any risks. And I was amazed that he has basically ruled out in the week before the election any tighter links with Europe, in particularly to rejoining the single market. He didn't need to do that. He'd have still have won a very significant majority. But the moves which would actually fuel growth, he rather ruled out. And I think he's going to find that very difficult to do. I mean, what else will he do? But he will be able to talk in a more grown-up way about Europe than the Brexity Tories, which had got very embarrassing by the end. He will. Foreign policy, I don't see any change from the Tories. He didn't seem to, they're both on Ukraine or on Gaza. I mean, did you see Starmer complaining when the Tories said they're going to try and block the International Criminal Court from proceeding with its plan to input an arrest warrant on Mr. Netanyahu? No, he didn't. So he's been so cautious that one almost wonders what he can do.
Peter Obon, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to speak to you.
Pleasure to speak.
I think we can now go to Aaron Bastani, who's with the deputy leader of the Green Party.
I am so happy to be joined by you today, Zach.
I'm very happy to be here, Aaron.
You are
Thank you.
You're the Greens' biggest person who isn't standing for election. So you've been their sort of de facto spokesperson, haven't you, over the last, 5-6 weeks?
It's been a busy time, yeah.
It's been a busy time. The best sort of turnout you've ever had as a party, the most votes you've amassed, was 1.1 million in 2015.
Yeah.
How do you think you did? Forget seats for one moment. How do you think you did in terms of votes this year?
This is a risky thing to say when we've not got results in yet, but I'm going to say it. I think we'll have smashed that 1 million votes. Where we'll be is a whole thing I can't predict, but I'm pretty confident that both online and on the doorsteps and just a general feeling in the country that people who wanted to vote Green in the past but have gone, I've got to vote Labour to keep the Tories out, finally got the message mostly that the Tories are toast. There is definitely still, I think our vote will still have been suppressed by the first past the post system, but I think more people than ever before, in my experience, just on doorsteps, and obviously that's only a relatively small experience, but we're saying I'm voting Green for the first time. Labour have crossed a line where I'm not willing to vote for them anymore. It's really clear they're going to be in government, and actually the Green Party have been needed more than ever before.
Are you disappointed with potentially, and I know that it's just an exit poll, and actually with the smaller sort of number of seats, there could be a big margin of error. You could have 4 seats. You could have 1 seat. But would you be disappointed with 2 seats?
It's a complicated question, but the truth is, yes, I would be disappointed. I want those 4 seats, but I think it also needs to be in context. We've had 14 years of 1 MP, and to go to 2 MPs is a huge difference. But I think even bigger than that, actually, is the campaign starts right now, pretty much in this conversation. We're about to have this Labour government, a Labour government that are capping child benefit, that won't cap bankers' bonuses, that have been complicit with war crimes in Gaza. And so the Green Party are needed more than ever before. And whilst I say support independent media, I'd also say support parties that are looking to challenge this Labour government and actually going to join.greenparty.org.uk and joining the Green Party. There's never been a moment where we've needed it.
Imagine being Turkish, trying to take the piss out of us, lol. At least we got a democracy. Bro, you think I'm like a defender of the Turkish electoral process? Like, what do you... That's so funny. That is actually an insane thing to get mad about. Gammon spotted. I don't even think he's a fucking gammon. I think he's just like weirdly upset for like my anger and resentment towards the Labour Party. My anger and resentment towards the Labour Party specifically is directed to Keir Starmer and the revitalization of the Tony Blair Labour, right-wing Labour. They're Norwegian. He's right. I am an Ameribu. I just think it's weird that he's like, at least we have a democracy, bro. It's like, okay, yeah, America does too, a theoretical one, and it sucks. You know? Like, you should be angry right next to me. My anger and resentment stems from, a common perspective that I suspect many British people here also have. Yeah, sure, I make fun of like the UK and Oibruvs in general. But like, ultimately, my frustrations stem from the fact that Keir Starmer is going to take this and is going to take this new Labour, this new Labour that's similar to Tony Blair Labour, and use it as a broad mandate for centrism. Do you understand? He's not going to do the good things that any other competent labor leader who's like ideologically committed to like some kind of genuine reform, genuine progressive cause, like actually bringing about equity, would be able to do.
What did you feel when you walked in through the door for the first time?
I suspect he's actually feeling a lot of relief. I mean, I certainly felt, I know David Cameron felt in 2010, that we had delivered for all of our supporters. There's an enormous sense of, thank God we did it. And even though he's been told for weeks he's going to win, I think there's something special about seeing the exit poll and knowing it's happening. And I think also, I think for Labour, but Ed will speak to this as well, from the depths of 5 years ago and Jeremy Corbyn, when people were saying there'd never be another Labour government, for the moderates in the Labour Party to have carried the torch to this point, is, I think, a lesson for the Conservatives, because I think fundamentally Rishi Sunak did not, unlike Keir.
My internet is so bad, dude.
Waiting in the wings, and not Nigel Farage's solutions, which is to scapegoat migrants, trans people, disabled people, whoever he can get his hands on. The Green Party are there to say ultimately solidarity is important and we need to challenge this inequality. And I think that's a really important and powerful campaign message that, again, we're not in a campaign now, but we're always in a campaign. And ultimately, that's where the Green Party now needs to continue to build, is to tackle inequality. And I think things like our wealth tax have put that into the national conversation in a way that it just wasn't before.
So two quick questions, really. Firstly, would you campaign alongside reform for proportional representation?
Pre-watch Piker, you already called it. They're already doing it. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. You'll see. Watch this space. In the upcoming days, everyone is going to talk about how much better Keir Starmer is than Jeremy Corbyn, and that centrism won in the UK. And it's the solution. It's the antidote to far-right politics of the Tories. Okay?
What's happened? I think actually within the manifesto, you look at the promise on growth, they're going to have to deliver on those. You look at the promise on the environment, they're going to have to deliver on those. I think that there's something I think about the Lords, and look, the Lords is an abomination as far as I'm concerned. I really would love to have a complete reform of the place with something to replace it. But to get anything done, not least because of the obscene packing of it in recent years, the ludicrous situation of Liz Truss putting in about for every day she serves, she gets a resignation.
That's not true. She had about 5. That's not true. She had less than a handful.
Fewer. She may have had.
No, was it 4? I think she had 4.
Okay.
Tell the truth, Alistair.
She packed she's had a resignation honours list. Rishi Sunak's going to get one. Boris Johnson had one. And they've packed
Tony
it.
Blair had a massive one.
Tony Blair didn't.
You went on it, but he had a massive one.
Tony Blair didn't do a resignation honours list. So don't talk about facts, Nadine. Nadine, if you want to sit there all night and talk rubbish and parrot away, it's probably your last show on television.
I'll hold my hands
Can
up
I finish the point about the Lords?
The Lords with Labour peers.
So Labour, to get anything done, are going to have to get stuff through the Lords. That's our system. What I hope is that people do as Harriet says she's going to do, to get in there, and Lords reform is part of what a Labour government does.
Rory. Can I just come back? I think Christians just takes off this argument. And incidentally, many congratulations, Harriet. I think it's a really great appointment.
Congratulations.
Amazing. And actually, I think it's a very, very good honours list if you look at it. They're very good Conservatives, good Labour appointments. You should be very proud. I don't think it's about packing the House of Lords. I think you deserve it completely, and I'm very proud of that. But the big point is this is a staggering majority if this happens. I mean, people just put it in context, far bigger than anything that Boris Johnson had, or Theresa May had, or David Cameron had. It's basically, we haven't seen anything like this since 1997. And this means that Keir Starmer kind of has immense power. This is like an elected dictatorship. And the question is, what's he going to do with it? Because when the Liberals took a landslide like this in 1906, they changed the whole of Britain. They invented basically the welfare state.
45. I mean, Labour, to be fair, I mean, I don't agree with everything they did, but in 45, they transformed Britain.
So this is the question. If you're given that amount of power, what are you going to do with it? And that's where I think Christian's right, because we don't really know.
Is it a Labour thing that they don't win, they don't win, they don't win, and then when they do, these majorities are sort of...
Yeah, Labour's gonna, dude, yeah. Keir Starmer, Keir Stalin.
There is and you actually see it across the world a bit, tidal waves against incumbency. And Labour are the incumbents next, so you know, wait for your tidal
That's why I don't think it'll be as...
And it does feel a bit like that voters are like sort of freight that isn't tethered on the top of a ship, and they sort of move from one end to the other a bit quicker. By the way, we're trying to sort of look through the... Quasi's irritated that we were looking at the polls all the time in the last election. We'll take the point, but just looking at the next election, it's very interesting. If you look at what the exit poll is saying, if you drill down into it and look at what they're saying in London, for instance, Labour's down a bit. Down. Those numbers, but down. And that suggests that people are looking elsewhere. We presume people on the left, it could be Muslim voters who are unhappy with Labour, but actually down. Not much, but down. And that's
I think there's something to be said about Labour's campaign. They have been incredibly efficient in where they have gone, where they put resources in the campaign. They've won where they need to win to get that size of majority.
But they've gone up everywhere. I mean,
Should we just bring you briefly what we have heard from Keir Starmer in the last few moments? He's just been on X Twitter, you know what it is. He says, to everyone who has campaigned for Labour in this election, to everyone who voted for us and put their trust in our changed Labour Party, thank you. So no comment about the exit poll per se, but a moment of recognition that whatever they were doing has worked.
He'll talk about the country next. He's just thanking everybody because, as Alistair said...
No, what he's doing has demonstrably not worked. Like, no, it's just what the Tories have done that has worked in his favor. I hate this. Keir Starmer literally did not win this race at all. Keir Starmer had nothing to do with this. If anything, Labour won in spite of Keir Starmer. He did everything in his power to literally, you know, ruin the gap that they already had. He played it safe, gave him no openings. Are you kidding me? Dude, when the railroad strikes were happening, he told his fucking MPs not to go. He like, it's insane. They're calling it a Mickey Mouse ring. No, this is bubble ring, Mickey Mouse ring, 100%. 100%.
Kwasi and I were talking earlier, it's possible that Aldershot will be lost by the Tories for the first time ever. There's going to be some big changes coming.
He wanted any opportunity to avoid any opportunity for the Tories to smear him. Smear him with what? Being pro-Labor? What the fuck do you mean? It's in the name of the party, chatter. What are you talking about? Yeah, you're right. Tories didn't fucking smear him. The only reason why Tories didn't smear him is not because of his, like, you know, political prowess and playing it safe. It's because they were too fucking busy. They were too busy fucking up the country. The overwhelming, unimaginable amount. There you go. Thank you, chatter. Here is proof in the fucking pudding. We asked Labour voters to tell us in their own words the main reason why they're back in the party. For the largest number by far, the key motivation is ousting the Conservatives. 48%. 48 fucking percent of Labour voters said they're voting to get the Tories out. 13% said it with a different... by the way, no, hold on. 13% said it the same thing, but in a different way, which is the country needs a change. 14 years of Tory austerity. Okay? I agree with their policies, got 5%. 4% said to support the NHS and reduce waiting times. They are the best alternative with a chance of winning, 4%. I like my local MP, 2%. For a fairer society, 2%. I've always voted Labour, 2%. He started campaigning on May 28th. That's when people started seeing him on TV. Look at Labor popularity. The classic Joe Brandon move. Look. All of this is directly a consequence of the fucking conservatives absolutely dropping the ball. Meanwhile, you look at the lack of popularity for the conservatives, and what is he doing? Adopting the conservative policies. Yeah, everyone knew Labor was going to get a huge landslide, but no, Starmer still has to moderate instead of moving further left with near zero electoral risk. You go, polls prove this. There's no excitement for the charisma black hole that is Starmer. It's just about getting Rishi out. Yes. 1% said Keir Starmer's leadership. Labor voting intention now lower than in 2017.
Except I earn a lot of money in the job I am now in. But when I grew up, my dad was a tool maker. He worked in a factory. It's true. My mum was a nurse, and actually we couldn't make ends meet, which actually isn't a laughing matter. We couldn't make ends meet. We couldn't pay our bills. I know what it feels like to feel anxious about the next bill, which you can't pay. And a lot of what I have recognised is a lot of people today are in precisely the same position. Except I earn a lot of money in the job I am now in. But when I grew up,
What did reform do back in 19? It didn't exist. Also, yeah, Corbyn might lose his seat, is what I'm hearing from the chat. So they're folding the conservative policies when there's zero pressure there, the same way Dems folded with environmental, women's rights, etc. policy despite having unprecedented power. AKA they're destroying the illusion of two-party democracy themselves. Yes.
Brexit Party didn't stand last time. So, of course, one of the reasons that Reform UK can make such advances in this election is because they're now standing everywhere, whereas the predecessor party, the Brexit Party,
Tories are the conservatives, the Conservative Party.
In 2019. So that seems to be one of the most significant things. I think it's also significant that if you looked at the polls in the last week, we did actually see a drop in Labour's kind of potential vote intention of around 5 points. And so it could be that just in this last week, that tactical vote decision has also been solidifying, becoming more concrete for people in areas of the country that looks like it's going to benefit the Lib Dems.
I've got to say,
again, we'll be looking at Remain areas.
On that point, Tom, the chat in Labour circles in the last 4, 5, 6 days was reform surge. Lots of people were saying there's a lot more reform on the doorstep. That was definitely happening since the weekend.
And yet I still expect that Reform would be taking votes away from the Conservatives.
Oh, Biden had a call with Netanyahu. I guess that's over now. President Biden told Prime Minister Netanyahu in their call that it's time to close the deal to release the hostage and reach the ceasefire in Gaza, a White House official said. Senior White House official, the president was encouraged by his conversation with Netanyahu and by the fact that the prime minister authorized his team to go to talks in Doha. Senior White House official, we will do everything to conclude an agreement because the lives of the hostages are on the line and the agreement will bring relief to the people of Gaza. We believe there's an opportunity now. It's not only in the hands of the Israelis, but also in the hands of the mediators and in the hands of Hamas. The White House official said Biden's call with Netanyahu lasted 30 minutes and two went over the different parts of the agreement. The official said that in the last day, Biden and his team studied Hamas's response and made a determination that it moves the process forward and provides a basis for reaching a deal. The senior White House official said that the Israeli delegation will arrive in Doha tomorrow to begin detailed negotiations. A U.S. team will also be on the ground to assist in the talks. The official described Hamas's response as a breakthrough and said the group agreed for the first time with the framework President Biden laid out in his speech, especially when it comes to the transition between the first stage of the deal and the second stage of the deal. They already were in agreement with that. They just wanted assurances and a timeline. Okay? The official described Hamas' response to breakthrough and said the group agreed for the first time to the framework President Biden laid out in his speech, especially when it comes to the transition between the first stage of the deal and the second stage of the deal. The White House official said Hamas' response was encouraging because it included adjustments in their positions. There was a breakthrough on a key point of contention in the negotiations, and now both sides agree to the framework presented in the president. The White House official added, there is more work to be done regarding the details of the implementation of the agreement. We agreed on the framework, and now we need to agree on the implementation. During the call, Biden and Netanyahu discussed the efforts to de-escalate the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Netanyahu told Biden that Israel wants to find a diplomatic solution that will allow Israeli citizens to return to their homes in the north, the White House official said. Meanwhile, Netanyahu today literally said he wouldn't end the war until all of Israel's goals are achieved, which includes the total destruction, both politically and militarily, of Hamas. 2 points Hamas agreed to a shitty deal doesn't even include the idea of withdrawing from Gaza. Fuck Biden and fuck the U.S. for forcing them to do that. Second point, fuck the Biden admin for framing it as giving more weight to saving hostages every single time when 50,000 Palestinians have been murdered. I mean, yeah, of course. Israeli citizens return to their homes in the north? Yes. I think around 60,000. Dude, that chatter that you guys banned that said Hasan is the biggest fucking hypocrite, his daddy financed his entire life, is so funny. Dude, I helped my parents out. That's such a funny fucking take. Yeah, dude, you're right. The fuck? And I'm very honored and proud to be able to do so. I'm very privileged. But it is pretty funny that you're saying that. That's incorrect. What about when you were 7? Fair. Owned. Anyway, Biden said this about Netanyahu earlier today. This is what Netanyahu said. Prime Minister Netanyahu updated President Biden on his decision to send a delegation to continue the hostage negotiations and reiterated the principles that Israel is committed to, especially its commitment to end the war only after all of its goals have been achieved. So what does this mean? Does this mean that Biden is once again lying on behalf of Israel? Does this mean that Biden put adequate pressure on Hamas to... What is this? Did you see this? I gotta fix this. You guys are so dumb. That's so funny. What is this? This seems bad. Biden needs a W real bad. Longtime friends of Biden family who spoke to me on condition of anonymity were shocked to find that the president did not remember their names. Okay, dude. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's demented. We know. More Biden news. Biden tells a Philadelphia radio station that he's proud to be the first black woman to serve with a black president. What? He says he's proud to have been the first vice president of a black president, and he's proud to be the first president with a black female vice president. Yeah, I mean, he flubbed it because he always does. as a real tongue twister. You know what I'm saying?
By the way, I'm proud to be, as I said, the first vice president, first black woman to serve with a black president. I'm proud of the first black woman in the Supreme Court. There's just so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious what he's trying to say. Okay, listen, this is not like, listen. I'm all in on the Biden senile shit. I mean, this is like, is a tongue twister. Like, I don't think in his brain he thinks he's a black man. Okay? This is just a regular flub. Biden had many gaffes. This is one of them. This is like nowhere near, in my opinion, obviously people will pay more attention to this stuff, so they'll like elevate the importance of something like this. Okay? But like overall, this is like low on the priority for me as far as like Biden's dementia. It's not a flub. He's not capable of putting thoughts into words. Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, Biden has been in fucking politics for a century, okay? He has always had fucking moments like that, even when he was much younger and much more dynamic. That's a classic, like, he fucked up. It's a little different than like trying to fucking talk about immigrant rape when the question is abortion. You know what I mean? Like, for me, when I see that, I'm like, that is forgivable. And a much younger candidate, you would absolutely forgive, right? If that was like a one-off, you would forgive. Or if that was like a 2-off, 3-off, whatever. If that happened like every now and then, you'd be like, oh yeah, he misspoke. Who gives a shit, right? Trump does that too. Trump does that too all the time. The reason why we forgive Trump for stuff like that and don't immediately think he's fucking demented in the same way that Biden is because there are so many other moments where he's just like coherent, even if he is insane. Like he's cognizant of his surroundings, right? Biden, on the other hand, is not. So that in and of itself, I know a lot of people will like meme on. That's whatever. It's not that big of a deal. What is this? Kaya is an ancient creature of the crucible. Every time I encounter her, she imparts divine wisdom by slamming her 300-pound skull into my leg. And you feel blessed with each impact I do. She's a perfect dog. It's true. Obviously, Biden isn't saying this, but the way he halts through his sentence and says multiple things about Kamala, Barack, KBG, makes it sound like he does. Welcome to the next 4 months of clips and everything being seen through this prism. Unless for his own sake, he steps aside. That is the best take. Mehdi Hasan has the absolute best take on the matter, and I 100% agree with him. This is the same exact take that I have been trying to communicate, but obviously it's, much better put by Mehdi Hasan. But yeah, the narrative is Biden is senile. The reality is Biden is senile. Okay? Here's the thing. The reality is Biden is senile. Now, all of those moments that you would normally say, whatever, he misspoke, chill out, will now become a much more significant political problem because it goes along with the narrative that Biden is fucking senile. Please don't ban me, but Kaya seems like Kaya has way more fun with her aunts and uncles than she does with her dad. Yeah, okay. You know what? That's a week off for you, Emily, for that insane take. Don't fucking say yep to that dumb shit. Get the fuck out of here. You guys are insane. I take her to the fucking park every day. I spend every moment with her. What the fuck are you guys talking about? She should actually be happy that I didn't fucking permanently ban her. What a fucking insane thing to say, dude. Anyway. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're a bad father. I know. It's a crazy thing to say. Anyway, let's see what Channel 4 is saying now.
In terms of household finances, but she also mentioned us will happen. Is that then how we're going to see campaigns in the future? You don't really show your cards. You hold it all together and hope that the other party fails more.
But I think it's their belief in two respects. Firstly, that the people have been traumatised by what's been done on the economy. I mean, the economy was crashed, and therefore people want sensible stability. And they want to see no wild...
when you say that, because it was on your watch.
You know, they don't want to see wild promises. They want to see something that they can believe in and they can trust economically. And so that's the politics.
Bro, that is the most G'd up, iced out, crazy fucking, like, VVS ass, rapper ass chain, bro. What is she wearing? Like... That's crazy, dude. That's like... That is insane. Like, she needs to be rocking a fucking grill with that shit. She needs to have the Duke Dennis grills on, too, on top of that. That has to be racist. I mean, she's definitely... Just one look, and I feel like she's got that. She's got those vibes.
Entering a world of much more aggressive, radical politics. And this is a real anomaly. They've come in probably with quite a small percentage of the vote. They've got this huge majority. I don't think they're going to be able to run a campaign in 5 years' time on fiscally conservative, social liberal, austerity light. I mean, it feels
I'm
like
trying to get my head around the fact that we're talking about the next election.
No,
we haven't had a single...
We've got some government.
Let's stop that bit of the conversation. Because if you're just joining us, well, thank you for joining us. And the story so far is there on the screen. It's the exit poll. And that is likely to be what we're looking at the end of the day. But we actually don't know because all the seats are still to come in. The counting is underway, of course, and we are expecting the first results, perhaps as early as 11:15, both in the northeast. The first result likely to come from either Blyth and Ashington or Houghton and Sunderland South. Let's check in with our correspondents at the counts of Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer. Very different moods in both places, I would imagine.
They're behind on their...
Let's go to Ria Chatterjee.
They're behind on their iPads because England is a much poorer country, chatter.
Jubilation down there?
Hi, Chris. Yeah, well, we're not expecting a result here until around 2:30, so Keir Starmer isn't here yet. But there's a real intensity and focus amongst the counters here, and it's mesmerising actually to watch them work. And we forget, don't we, about the grinding political machinery around these big politicians. And this is theatre unfolding, and of course the main character is Keir Starmer. Now, this is a safe seat. Keir Starmer has held a majority here since he came into politics in 2014, and before that, from 1979, it was another Labour MP, Frank Dobson. So in less than 10 years in politics, Keir Starmer has potentially made it to number 10 with a staggering majority. As I said, he's not expected here until 2 a.m., but people will be eagle-eyed watching him for any signs in his demeanour or his facial expressions of feeling victorious. And certainly wherever he is now, people will be wondering, what is he thinking? How is he feeling? Is he prepping for his big moment? And if he comes into power, Krish, he will be the first Labour Prime Minister for 14 years and only the 7th Labour Prime Minister in the history of the UK. And that's a big deal. And it's for that reason that people will be looking to the Labour leader to answer the question through his actions, through his policies, who is Keir Starmer? His campaign has been criticised for a lack of specificity. Some say he played to the left in order to become leader of the Labour Party, and some people say that he then played to the centre to try to become leader of the country. So if he becomes Prime Minister from tomorrow, there'll be this big chorus of, will the real
When did he play
Keir
to the
Starmer
left?
please stand up? And that will be crucially important for him to reveal who he really is if he gets a mandate as big as this.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Claire Fallon now in Richmond and North Allerton. Claire.
Well, I would say, Krish, the mood here is probably one of anticipation and caffeination, if that's actually a word here at the moment, because we are expecting this to be a bit of a long night. The result here for Rishi Sunak's constituency, Richmond and North Allerton in North Yorkshire, not expected until around 4 o'clock in the morning, so we've got a way ahead of us yet. But the upside of that timing is that by then we should have a pretty good idea of whether those exit poll predictions are correct, how accurate they are, the scale of the Labour win that's predicted, and, of course, the scale of defeat for Rishi Sunak's Conservative Party. Now, this does mean that we will be seeing Rishi Sunak here later on. I would imagine he's not going to get here with a lot of time to go before the result is declared. He's not going to want to hang around, is he? Let's be honest. But when he does arrive, clearly all eyes will be on him. The question I've been asked time and time again in the run-up to tonight is, will Rishi Sunak lose his seat? In all honesty, just the fact that that question is being asked is astonishing.
Nico Milana, let's go.
Well, it was frankly not even a question in previous elections. It was about as safe a Tory seat as it gets. Also, there's the fact that never before has a sitting Prime Minister lost their seat in a general election. The exit polls say that a Conservative win, a Rishi Sunak win here is...
Don't ban me for this. I listened to your politics rant about the Turkish guy, and then he proceeds to be like, is it hard for you to be this stupid while living in America? No, man. Is it that hard for you to be is it that hard for you not to be a nationalist pig fucking scumbag? I don't think so. Seems like it's really fucking hard for you not to be a defender of fascism. Oh, it's just a little bit of nationalism, dude. Just a little bit of fucking nationalism, huh? Is that what it is? Oh, man, are you so sad? What a fucking embarrassment, dude. What a fucking embarrassment that you had to actually fucking defend. Dumb bitch. Sorry. That shit pisses me off.
Lead to some interesting conversations around
what is happening here.
Okay, so are you do you always vote Conservative?
No, I have switched over the years. The reason I voted Conservative this year was I just wasn't that impressed with any of the main leaders, so I just looked locally at who was representing us, and we had a really proactive, good local constituency MP or candidate.
No, dude, I'm not going to do fucking Sky News. Like, why do you want me to watch the Fox News version of
Dead set
British
on reform
politics?
from the beginning,
What's next, bro? GBN?
Oh, not at all. I actually wanted a Labour majority, and I'm glad to see it come through. But from looking at the polling, I felt like that was almost a foregone conclusion, and that my vote would be better used choosing who I wanted to be in opposition. And I feel like Nigel Farage's direct, no-nonsense attitude makes him quite good in that role, if not government.
Voting for the opposition. We've got a game theorist in, I think. All right, let's come over here. Thank you to all of you. Okay, how did you vote?
Conservative.
Are you Welsh?
Just a bit, yeah.
So a Welsh Tory we have.
Yeah.
A rare beast.
Very rare.
And why so? Why did you vote Tory?
I usually vote Conservative. On this occasion, I don't like what Rishi did to Boris, and then to you. But I didn't hear anything new from Starmer. He talks about change a lot, but he doesn't go into any detail about policy or anything. So for me, I just voted Conservative.
How about you?
I vote Lib Dem.
Yeah? Do you always vote Lib Dem?
Oh, God.
Yeah, so in my part of London, it's normally Lib Dem or Tory. But I actually really liked what the Lib Dem stand for. You know, Ed Davey, you know, there's a lot about social care, There's a lot about, they want to put local people on the board of water companies. So, yeah, I like the Lib Dems.
And we have another Reform voter over here, Amy.
Hi. So originally I was meant to be Labour. And then very last minute I switched to Reform.
That's very interesting. Now, 2 Labour voters, though, who switched to Reform at the last minute. What was your reasoning?
Because I'm racist.
Mainly what Keir Starmer...
Because I'm a fucking fascist.
The elderly, what you want to do with them, and the hiring a tax for people who are trying to work harder to better themselves.
OK, so it was almost like a against Labour decision rather than necessarily a pro-reform. OK, well, let's come over here.
That's
as well,
bullshit.
We've got 2 best
That's
friends
literally
over here.
bullshit. She's just too embarrassed to admit that she's a racist piece of shit, which is so weird. Just vote conservative then, dumbass. The fuck do you mean?
We come from very different parts of the political spectrum.
Tell me the story.
Yeah, so I mean, we're sort of best friends from university, and even at those sort of times, we'd be sort of back and forth, like squabbling and bickering, I guess, over time. But yeah, as in, we're still best friends. We know there's a common denominator of that, but we are always voting sort of opposite to each other. But that that raises good sort of points and arguments between us.
So which way round are you? And does this lead to a lot of drunken arguments at sort of 2 a.m. between you?
It's all very jovial, really. I think we can see each other's perspectives most of the time.
Which way round are you?
So I voted Labour.
Labour and?
And I voted Conservative.
Conservative.
Yeah.
And is that, are you kind of stuck, you've always vote for Labour?
Most of the time. I'm in a very marginal constituency, where there's a few hundred votes between Labour and Tories. So.
And Conservatives, was that an easy choice for you?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of flip as well sometimes, but like the lady said over there, my local sort of representative is a Labour constituency. Sorry, a Conservative constituency, and yeah, he seems more proactive.
OK, well, we will come back for more opinions from the audience later on in the evening. Emily.
Thanks so much, Hannah. There are so many numbers here on my right. Gary, you look like a sort of Dickensian actuary setting up shop here for the night.
Nicest things anyone's ever said. Yeah, delving into this exit poll a bit more, a couple of things become clear. We thought at the very beginning this was a landslide in seats, not in votes, and that does seem to be coming across, because there is an estimate, you think, lurking inside this exit poll of about a 36% Labour vote, something of that order. Another thing to point out, the Lib Dems on 61, if that is their final number, have achieved that extraordinary leap without actually increasing their share of the vote at all. That's another, someone who really didn't enjoy.
Hey man, how does it feel to be responsible for white savior syndrome while simultaneously bringing Western society down as a whole and crippling masculinity and self-respect in the West? Ironic when most of your viewers are European in it. First of all, most of my viewers are not European, they're American. That's number one. Number two, I look like this. You look like shit, okay? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, destroying masculinity in the fucking West. You think this actually makes you masculine. You should be doing more of this, okay? Maybe then you could talk. Especially if you did more of this, you would probably start doing less of this, okay? So put the fucking keyboard down and go hit the fucking weights, all right? You little bitch.
Keeping an eye on that one, but they do seem 99%
Western civilization is being destroyed. Oh, man.
Just to tell you, sorry, we're just hearing that the first result is
I
about
would love
10
to
minutes
hear
away.
your
We're going to be
answer to
taking you to Blythe in the northeast. Now, this is a curious seat because it was one of the very first to declare last time round in 2019. And at that time, it was the beginning of the collapse of the Red Wall. And it was the first seat won by Ian Levy, who actually thanked Boris Johnson in his acceptance speech. That seat, you will now see when it pops up, is red because of those confusing boundary changes. If it is gained by Labour tonight, it will not actually change colour. It will appear as a hold because of all the reasons that Hannah took you through. But it will be, on the night, technically, a Labour gain, a win of sorts.
Yeah, Western civilization is being destroyed by the top of the hour ad break. That's what it's being destroyed by. Haha, your fans are cringe as fuck. That guy's not a fan of mine, dumbass. What is wrong with you? You're a fucking foremost subscriber. This person literally just came in today to chirp. Okay? Literally just today. How fucking stupid are you? dumb fuck. I'm going to ban you and not this fucking new person. How does that make you feel? This dumb racist piece of shit who's talking about Western civilization as though it's like a monolithic figure and has like all this supremacist attitude. He gets to chirp in the chat because at least his opinion is fun to make fun of. You, on the other hand, are just fucking idiotically assuming that this person is a fan of mine. What fucking fan of mine would talk about how Western civilization is falling apart? Dumbass. Why the fuck have you subscribed to me for 4 months? Just to avoid the top of the hour ad break? Is that why? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Organisational approach, and that's what we did, and we won it. But it does give a responsibility. Having a big majority, it does give a responsibility to look around to people who don't agree with you and make sure that you hear their views and include them. And I don't think
at least you don't have to hide behind the bravado, false bravado of insecurity of your bodily image to make yourself feel better. No, you can't hide behind the image of bravado because you look like shit. That's why you fucking hate yourself. And it's not just about like working out and looking good. It's about gaining confidence in yourself. You don't have it. And that's why you're in here in the Twitch chat chirping and trying to make people feel bad. Okay. It's not working. And it's making you maybe even recognize that it's not working at all, which is why you will then resort to, well, I made you actually triggered, didn't I? Well, you didn't. Everybody here thinks you're a fucking racist loser. Anyway, the point is, you wouldn't be doing this if you did have some kind of security within yourself. You wouldn't be going into a Twitch chat and being like, Western civilization is falling apart because of a fucking Twitch streamer. Okay? Do you understand? Telling men they have to hit the gym is just one of the many examples of insecurity you have. Telling men to hit the gym is one of the many examples of insecurity I have. No, I don't just tell men to hit the gym. I tell women to hit the gym too. Okay? It's a good thing. Working out is good. Okay? Physical fitness is a good thing. Self-improvement is a good thing. Setting goals for yourself and achieving them is a good thing. I'm telling you, you will develop more confidence within yourself and you will become less of a shitty person that is impossible to be around. That is like truly, utterly repulsive. Because right now, that's what you are. And it's very unhealthy for you. But you can change that. You can improve yourself. I'm telling you right now, it sounds condescending. It sounds like I'm making fun of you. And to a certain degree, I am. Because you have a lot of stupid opinions. Okay? Well, yeah. The reason why I mentioned that, by the way, the bravado, was because you talked about masculinity to a dude who is a hairy 6'4", 230-pound person. Because a lot of right-wingers, just like yourself, think that simply believing in right-wing framing on issues makes you a masculine person. Okay? And masculinity, in the way that you understand it, like being alpha, in the way that you understand it, isn't even really about masculinity at all. It's actually just about confidence. That's why it comes across really silly, because in your mind, you personally think Ben Shapiro is a masculine figure, and I, on the other hand, am very feminine. I'm a soy boy. I'm gay. I'm lame. Okay? Do you get it? Because for you, right-wing ideology is supposed to be a representation of masculinity. That's why I brought the gym shit. That's why I said I look like this, and it's kind of laughable that you're calling me a soy boy. Do you understand? It's also laughable, specifically because you think Western civilization is somehow the superior form of existence on this planet, but it's also so fickle that it could be destroyed by a Twitch streamer. Okay? I don't think you can understand many things. Hopefully, this will be one of them. Right-wing ideology is the most emasculate form of living in the world, in my opinion. 100%. That's why so many right-wingers are into cuck porn. Like, almost always. It's so funny. Motherfuckers would be like, yeah, no, dude, you're a bitch. You're lame. You're soy. You're so soy. My favorite content creator, Sneeko. You know what I mean? It's like, that's your fucking beacon of masculinity. I know the Shadow from classic WoW streams. He's a whiner and a European, but I could not tell you if he was 14 or 41. Either way, jaded, bitter WoW player, definitely hasn't smiled since 2010s. Like, what are you doing? Think about it. There are 20,000 people in this community right now watching, enjoying, okay? Being productive members of the chat, bringing forward funny ideas, maybe some information that I might not have seen. What do you choose to do in that situation? You choose to be a bitter old bitch, sad, pathetic. Your existence on this planet is fucking meaningless. You have a finite amount of time on this earth alongside all of us, and that's what you choose to do. Okay? Change your fucking life. Fix your life. Stop worrying about Western civilization. Okay? Worry about your own damn life. It's sad. Let's get back to England.
To put in votes into actual seats.
And would you see yourselves as partner to, you know, perhaps a sort of Nadeem-flavoured Conservative Party, or are you set against
Calm
them?
like a Tom.
Well,
Thank you for the 10
too
gifted.
early to discuss,
on the Golden Kappa
what,
train.
Approaches might or might not be
Bro
made
roasting
from
all of
either
us?
side to
No,
either
I'm
side.
not.
All I would say is at the moment we've got 13 seats at Westminster, and we will use them if that poll is right. If that poll is right.
So, Maury, you and I talked on the day that you decided you'd had enough of Westminster. Yeah. You came in and you said, it's toxic, I don't want to have any further part in it. I'm wondering if, you know, you were just seeing this coming, this sort of tidal wave coming at you and thinking, I'm going to get out.
Genuinely, if that was the case, if I was sure that I would lose my seat, I would have stood again, because frankly, financially is a better packet you get. So I don't think it was a foregone conclusion at all. But just as well, I made the decision I did, I think.
So basically, you lost Nicola Sturgeon and you lost Hamza Youssef. And now, under John Swinney, you've got an absolutely disastrous result for the party. I mean, you
Isn't that the woman that toured the prison? Yes, I believe that's Han Whitaker.
I mean, what does it tell you about
I can't tell. It might be another case of mistaken identity.
It reflects the fact that the SNP have had an incredibly rocky couple of years. You know,
so many British Tories
is kidding themselves on. But I do think, to be fair to John Swinney, he did get the job 2 weeks, I think, before the election was called. So I wouldn't rush to put the blame on.
But on these results, the SNP is to Scotland what the Conservative Party is to England and Wales, to Westminster. I mean, they have been voted out of office for having spent too much time in office without providing results to the people of Scotland.
Well, I would argue with that slightly, because with the Westminster election, of course, the SNP have been in opposition. But I do think it ultimately plays into what's happened to the SNP, that there has been this uncomfortable balance of being opposition in Westminster whilst also having the responsibility of being the government in the Scottish Parliament.
I mean, as far as you know, do you know if there was any, in Scotland, any tactical voting between the Westminster Party?
Clearly, there was, and I think one of the most interesting...
I mean, you're expecting to gain in Scotland, is that right?
Well, let's see what happens. But I think the most interesting is what you alluded to, and I think what Harriet Harman spoke about, which is voter efficiency. The two winners in terms of voter efficiency are Labour and the Lib Dems, because the projected share of vote on the exit poll for Labour is 36%.
We're going to stop you. We've got a result. Christian.
Let's go to Sunderland South.
Horton and Sunderland South. I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Horton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, 1,723. Chris Bernicle, 5,514. Paul Edgeworth, 2,290. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, 18,837. Sam Woods Grass, 11,668. The number of rejected ballot papers was 101. The turnout was 51.2%.
Wait.
And that Bridget Maeve Phillipson.
Reform won 11,000 votes in a Labour district.
Phillipson, the Shadow Education Secretary, probably
11,000. Did I hear that wrong? What the bro? Bro,
Tonight,
what?
the British people have spoken. And if the exit poll this evening is again a guide to results across our country, as it so often is, then after 14 years, the British people have chosen change.
Oh my God.
They have chosen Labour, and they have chosen the leadership of Keir Starmer. Today, our country, with its proud history, has chosen.
Bro, the Tories are doing like Green Party numbers out here. Like they're doing like Lib Dem numbers out here, while the Reform Party is second in place in a district that ultimately went to Labour. What the fuck? That is what is happening, dude. I don't know anything about British politics like this. I don't know down to the. I hope that they give me some analysis, because this doesn't make any sense. Wait, what is the BBC? The average, this is the average Reform voter. Is it the same one?
I wanted to go Reform, to be honest. But since that bloke said, and he's only saying what we all think, shoot them when they're coming off the boats.
Ooh, are we all, I'm not thinking that. Are you thinking that?
Oh, you're a woke.
What, is it woke to not murder people now? Is woke not murder?
No, they're the do-gooders.
If you're shooting, do you not think woke means, whatever woke means, shooting people?
I wanted to go Reform, to be honest. But since that bloke said, and he's only saying what we all think, shoot.
Wait on Chapo / Majority Report / Democracy Now. You think Chapo knows more about fucking British politics? Like, what the fuck are you talking? Or Majority Report? What are you talking about? You think Chapo and Majority Report know more about British politics? What? Dude, what is happening today? I think my vibes are off because I got fucking... I effed too much when I began the broadcast, and it like fucked me up. And now it's like, now everyone is just going crazy mode in the chat. Like they're going off my vibes being bad.
And he's only saying what we all think. Shoot them when they're coming off the boats.
Ooh, are we all, I'm not thinking that. Are you thinking that?
Oh, you're a woke.
According to the interviews in the previous video, a lot of Labour voters are voting for reform because they do not want to vote for the austerity and centrism of the current Labour Party, but they do not want to help the Tories, so they vote reform. That's insane. This reform TikTok is so good.
Ever since I got kicked in the head by a...
Dude, I can't watch anything. What is going on, dude? I can see Tories that are mad at the fucking Conservative Party voting reform because they're just like extra racist. But it feels pretty crazy to watch. It's pretty crazy seeing like Labor voters be like, yeah, actually, I've decided. Unless they're fucking old Labor guys like this dude. Okay. I saw a tweet earlier. Oh, here it is, actually. Here. This is like the demographics of far-right voters. And if you look at the age demographics of the far-right voters, like, it swings wildly. Like, it's much older. In a lot of other countries, you're seeing a lot of momentum in the youth going towards the far right, which is very scary. It's a scary prospect. But the UK is one of the few countries where it's like most prominently older people. So that's good. I mean, it's bad still, but it's also kind of good, which means that there isn't like that same level of staying power. I think that a lot of these guys are just like maybe lifelong Labor voters who hated the austerity, who became more angry and more racist as time passed on. It's the thing that I mentioned already. It's economic instability, economic volatility causes a scenario that is so uniquely primed for reactionary politics. And I think that's what some of these constituencies, especially with older demographics, that's what they are experiencing. This doesn't mean that the youth won't turn fascist, by the way. Okay. They still can be convinced. Make no mistake. But at least there's a way to salvage the situation. Sky News is fucking cursed.
Oh, whoa. Oh my God.
Yo, she's coming, dude.
A horse, I get free Ever since I got kicked in the head by a horse, I get free crayons to play with as long as I don't choose them. And I have to do my vote now. It's not a very good cross, but it should let them know. I used to be able to draw swat stickers, but I'm too thick to do that now. I hope Nige wins because he's going to get our country back for us so that we can all be sex offenders and lunatics in a free country where we'll all get free crayons that we can eat.
That's so good. Oh, average reform voter, dude. Oh, man. That's perfect. How did you vote in a UK election? I didn't fucking vote. I'm a British anarchist, mate. I voted for anarchy, which is I didn't fucking vote. That's right. I joined a collective and I spray painted Buckingham Palace, yeah. I spray painted Stonehenge. That's what I did. That's what I did instead, yeah.
Why is it woke to not murder people now? Is woke not murder?
No, they're the do-gooders.
If you're shooting, do you not think woke means, whatever woke means, shooting people, unarmed people as they come off boats?
No, shoot the boats. They should shoot the boats over on the French coast.
But that would just kill everyone.
No, they can just swim back to shore then.
People would, and they drown anyway. If you shoot a load of boats, they're going to drown, aren't they?
No, if you shoot them close enough to shore, don't let them get on them. The French have literally cut one up
Right. I mean, if you're shooting at boats, then the bullets are going to hit the people in it as well, aren't they?
No, you aim at the boats.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to kill people doing that. I mean, do you not? I mean, they're human beings, aren't they? Whatever you think about them, they're human.
No, they're human beings, but...
Like, it's different. They have different...
Stop being a fucking woke.
They've got no control, have they? Nobody's got any control over this. It's just happening, and nobody's doing anything about it.
I like that he was talked off the ledge.
I wanted to go reform, to be honest.
What? Might I be a woke school? While it is funny, it's really working to bring people to the left. Again, it's funny, but how long will it work? What? What are you saying? Take a day off, dude. I'm done for tonight. I'm tired. It's 12:30 here, and I can't stand the fucking chatters. If another 38-month subscriber comes in here being like, hey, man, you're a bad dog dad to Kaya. Hey, man, I'm going to be a woke scold. And I say your methods of trying to bring people to the left are actually unimaginably unsuccessful. Hey, man. Like, vibe assassins are out. I don't know what fucking happened. I don't know what happened today. It's my fault. I should have started off with good vibes. I couldn't because I kept getting effing. I kept losing bandwidth over and over again. Anyway, I just can't wait to be back home. Seriously. I miss my dog. I miss my friends. I miss my house. I miss my internet. I can't believe I'm saying that. I miss Los Angeles internet more than I care to admit. Anyway, people are being extra lame today, though, in the community. This has happened every single time I've tuned in this week twice. Just go outside and have fun, bro. Chatter is 12:30. I don't know what you think I'm gonna do. Anyway, oh, fuck. All right, everybody. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. And then hopefully afterwards, when I'm back, the vibes will be a little bit better. Okay. See you tomorrow. And then Saturday, I will be live from Los Angeles, California. We got some fun streams planned out with the Aussie boys, with Connor Dog Virginia, and many others. Hopefully we'll do a basketball stream as well. Anyway, that is all for now. Peace, everybody. Fucking skipping, dude. What is happening? God, my internet's so ass.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.